the hell's wrong with this thing?
It's clobbering time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
Come get some.
It's clobbering time!
The word is given.
Clobberanimo!
The word is given, and the word is clobberanimo. Oh, my goodness. Welcome, greetings, my dear friends. Welcome to Clobbering Times. And to those who clobbered, your clobberers, your clobberoids, your clobberooskies, clobberians, clobberanimos, clobologists, all who clobber. One day you too may clobber if you learn how to bang the rocks together, guys. Clobberanimo! We indeed. Hey. Welcome to everyone to Clobbering Times issue number, I should say, 479 on YouTube. 1,479 overall, and tomorrow that will be about 15 years of doing this. My 15th anniversary tomorrow. I was hoping, too bad it didn't fall on today, but hey, you can't have everything. I mean, where would you put it, right? So anyway, we have that going on, and I'm glad that the Clubhouse is the closest show to it. Well, Clubhouse one day, then the anniversary, then the next day it'll be, of course, Saturday night. But anyway, good to see you all, my dear friends. I want to welcome, of course, the most wonderful first officer in the fleet, Commander R.M. Briggs. Take the floor, the helm, and give us some opening announcements, if you would.
Good evening. Aye, Captain. It's so good to see you. Evening, chat. Hail to the chat. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Clobberin Times. This is CLOBBY'S Clubhouse, and tonight we are going to be raising a big stink as we talk about Blake Seven, voice from the past, Kolchak, the Night Stalker. They have been, they are, they will be, as well as Clobby is instructing me, little old me, in Star Trek Unlimited. And we will be discussing that this evening, which is the January 97 second issue. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. What else do I have to say? I just want to say hail to the wrenches and thank you so much for being here. We have some pretty special people in our lives. They do amazing things for us on social media and also behind the scenes, just being amazing people. So I want to thank them. Lord Thoth, I love you very much. Thank you for everything that you do for me and Clobby. You are one hell of a friend and a terrific guy, and we just love you very much. Larry, tonight, I just want to say how grateful I am for you, for everything that you do for Clobby, but also everything you do for me. Can I just reach out and hug you? Because I had a terrible day, And just your message on Patreon, it made my heart smile. So I just want you to know how much I love you and appreciate you. And I saw you making a big splash on social media promoting Clobby. So I want to thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to wave hello to Eric. I hope he's having a great time. I hope that he is safely having a great time in Vegas. I also want to say thank you to Chris Persia for everything that he did all week for Clobby, just promoting the channel, just bringing friends together, his glorious show posters that are just like so shockingly good that sometimes my husband sees them and and he goes, wow, that's amazing. So I just want to send my love and gratitude to Chris Persia. I also want to send my love to his dad. And if you pray, could you send some prayers to Chris Persia's dad? Just send out your prayers, your warm wishes, your good thoughts. You know, he's getting up there in his age, and he just needs that little extra love, and your love works. I also want to thank my buddy Gwagnar for everything that he does on social media to promote my work and to promote Clobby. And also Wes Cagle and Fiona and Lisa. Holy Moses, everyone. You were hustling your buns this week, getting the word out about all of our shows and trying to spread the word about Clobberin Times. And you all know what that means to me. You guys are amazing friends. That said, speaking of amazing friends, I want to talk about JT Kirk and Michael Beacom and the reviews that they have been leaving for me all over social media. You guys, wow. The professional reviews are just amazing. And your endorsements are helping people to pick up those stories and read them. So thank you. I also want to send some love to my buddy Enigmatic Drop Bear. This is just some low-key love and hugs and prayers for his whole family. He has had one hell of a year, actually the last 2 years, and he has been battling the big C. And I want everyone to know, especially I want him to know, that we are Team Enigmatic Drop Bear. We love you. You are a true blue friend. You've been with us for a few years now, and you just mean a lot to us, and we're thinking of you. That said, I want to send out some love to Philip Story's family and his mother-in-law, who, you know, gave Philip and his family a little bit of a scare. So send your love and prayers to the Philip Story family, please. And that's about it. I want to thank all my Patreons. These are my patrons. They are my publishing firm. They are my corporation. They help me as an indie artist to get my work out there, to get it published. I am a science fiction author, an Amazon bestselling science fiction author. Unfortunately, the royalty scheme means that you don't make any money doing that. You just have bragging rights. So I just want to thank everyone who stepped forward to try and draw attention to my classic episodic science fiction. It's very difficult to get published these days, folks. Corporations are pretty upfront about this. If you go to all the publishing websites, you can see that they just want activists and they just want activism. And I don't do that. You guys know I just write straight up episodic classic science fiction. So I want to thank Larry, Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Penny Lane, Shooter, Gwagnar, Dave, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie, Pete, Eric Kane, his trusty dusty dog Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Bear, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, Mark D with the C, Maximum Redstone, JT Cook, Dadman and the Dadman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance. And whenever I say Lance, you know what that means, that we're thinking of all the doggos out there, all the pupperonis. So send them out some cheese in the chat. I want to thank Rob Altus. I want to thank Tyler. I want to thank Jeff Wyatt. Thank you, Jeff. I want to thank Rod Thunderheart, my buddy, my guitar playing buddy Mazaris, and of course, Wes Cagle. You guys, I can't do this without you. And I want you to know how much I appreciate your readership, how much I appreciate your friendship and your encouragement and your support, and for also backing me financially. I could not do this without you. And so I just want you to know how much I love you all and appreciate you, your kind words, like I said, your readership, and your support. I love you guys. Thank you for the messages on Patreon. New story. I'm getting to work on it right away. And that should about do it for me. I want to wave hello to my good buddy Marky with a C and just thank him for everything that he does for Clobby backstage and here on the panel. And I
Thank
just
you.
want to tell Clobby how much I love him. Sweetheart,
Love you.
Captain, my captain. I'm just sending smooches for your whole handsome face. I love you so much. Let's get into it tonight. Let's do it.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for those wonderful words. Love you. Number one, anything to say, Mark, before I do the show notes? And
Oh,
shout-outs?
just no. I'll just quickly say hi to everyone. And my son got a job, or as my old scoutmaster said, a yob. So glad he's
A yob.
He's
He's
feeling
a
better.
yob.
He's feeling better then.
Yep, he's doing good. Oh, that was the other son. Wasn't one son that had vertigo
okay.
was feeling much better. Thank God.
Oh, good.
Good.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then the youngest is graduating from Syracuse in May.
Mm.
So he finally got word his summer internship from last summer paid off. So he's got a job, but that means he'll be moving on. I'm crying. No, just kidding. He should get the hell out and start his life. But that's great family news. So
Well,
congrats
let's
to
send
Eric.
all of our love to the little D's and all of their accomplishments, and that that the one who was not feeling well is feeling better. Mark D with a C. Just sending our love and our support to your beautiful family.
Thank you very much. Yep. Thank you, Ravenscroft. Yep. That's congrats. Yep.
Yeah,
And that
yeah.
means no more college payments. So guess what? I can buy more
Hey.
action figures.
There
I
you
better
go.
buy the wife something really nice. Yeah.
Well, yeah. That follows. It tracks. Oh my goodness. Well, let's see here. Let's do some showy noties and shouty outies, shall we?
For sure.
Let's see. Up in here tomorrow night at 6 Central, 7 Eastern on my great buddy J-Man's channel. J-Man and the great Sean and my selfies. We are continuing our review of Jack King Kirby's monumental, great run on, the world's greatest comic magazine, Fantastic Four, number 1 through 102, and all the first 6 annuals. The whole Jack Kirby run, one of the most, if probably the most important run in all of comics. This will be our 3rd week, so we'll be doing Fantastic Four number 9 through 12. We do 4 issues each week, so please join us for that if you're a comic book fan, if you're an FF fan. We have a lot of fun reviewing those things. And the great, I'm usually hanging out. I guess I don't know if I'll be over there or not tonight, tomorrow, but my buddy Nick Weiser, I usually am though at the Friday Night Comic Shop Talk with the Friday Night Comic Shop Talk boys. Nick Weiser is going to have the creators of the current comedy mag, today's Mad Magazine in a sense, but it's called Flip City Mag. They're way better than Math now, and they're going to have the Flip City people on there, so that'll be a lot of fun. Right. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Then of course Saturday night, same Trek time, same Clubby channel. 4 more episodes of Star Trek Voyager reviewed by me and my wonderful first officer, Commander Biggs. And so there's that. And it's coming soon, I promise, coming soon. Very soon. I'm just not sure yet. Sure how. Whether it'll be a video or
choosing your children.
Or a stream. I'm gonna rank.
Yeah. I'm gonna rank our kids.
I'm going to ruin Star Trek, the original series, for everybody, especially.
He's going to rank the kids. How could he do this? What kind of a father is he? Father Clobby, what have you done? You're going to rank your children.
And rated. I'm going to basically do something horrible to Star Trek. Well, no, wait a minute.
Awful person.
But you know what? I could never do anything worse than certain people have already done to it. So there you go.
This is true.
Let's see. Oh, and then, of course, Sunday night, Age Your Week in Geek on the great Chief Engineers channel, Mark D with a C's.
Thank you.
Sunday Night Geekery, yes, 10 p.m. Eastern. Always a great time. Just you gotta run away. You gotta leave hungry.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna run to the kitchen at some point.
There you go. So
I got some carrot sticks for tonight. No M&Ms. So we'll see.
That's not acceptable. You should have candy. All right. So,
great job, Bugs. Great job.
Here we go. We've got some show and notes, and those are show notes. Now some shout outs. Whether they're here or not, our great wrenches get the shout out. Eric K, the Bronze Wrencher. I don't know if he's still in Vegas or not. I don't think so. They're all back from Vegas.
I think they're back now, aren't they?
But yeah, they're back. Well, Gary is.
Oh, really? When did that end?
Yeah, that was last week. It ended this past weekend.
Oh, so so what did they do? They go for 7 days?
No, it was a few days. It was like I guess it was 5 or 6 days, whatever. Then for the weekend, they had a big meetup thingy. And there was
cool.
Yeah, I think there was a con going on or something. I'm not sure. Anyway,
I gotcha.
Eric K, the Bronze Wrencher. Thank you, buddy. The great Vindicator Wrencher, the great White North, Chris Persia. Thanks for all you do, buddy, and wishing your father well, man. We love you, bro. D. Bud Martin, the Wrench of Iron. Lord Thoth, God of the Wrenches. Avon lives, long live the Legion, sir. Thank you for everything you all do. Shout out to the lovely Lady Thoth. J-Man, my partner in crime on Earth B, and of course, the Wrench Without Fear, and fantastic Legionnaire reviewer. Maddie's daddy, Fugitive French Mjolnir, who I got to hang out with today and have lunch with. Him and Maddie. I hung out with Maddie and the daddy and had lunch with him today, and it was good to see him. It's been a couple of years since I've seen him. He came back home for a little visit, and it was good. It was too short a visit, but at least I got to see him. Cowell the Super Wrench. All righty. And then, of course, the rascally wrench himself, Fanty Outsidery. The Clobberin Time Zone Music Meister. I saw what you sent me there. I can't show it on the air, but it was cool, Max. I enjoyed it. Thank you. I like the picture you sent. I just can't put it on the air, really. Anyway. And the Triple Bullwinkle wrench himself, Larry.
That's because he's a man so nice. You should say his name twice for sure, but perhaps thrice. I prefer thrice. Larry, I love you.
He is
Grogu, I love you.
He's a thricer to me. So we have FKH. Tim. Hey there.
Tim.
What's up? Keely Chow, who is in Hong Kong right now. Hong Kong Fooey.
Amazing.
Roll Tide in Hong Kong.
Yeah,
He was in Australia last week.
Yes.
He's the world tour
traveler.
Yeah,
you gotta start singing "I Get Around."
Does he have a transporter?
He's a traveling man. So that's one of my favorite.
Oh, he's a traveling man, and he's made a lot of
He's
stops.
a traveling man. Boom, 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 boom. He's a traveling man. Keely Chow makes some stops all over the world. And in every port, he owns the heart of at least one lovely girl. Sorry, Keely. Michael Beacom.
Yay!
Shout out to you.
Coolest, kindest,
yes,
best guys in the whole universe.
And a man who married up to the wonderful Cassandra.
Like seriously, they're the power couple of the decade. I love those two.
Dave C. Yo,
Dave!
RRT and Z.
Oh, and RRT and Z, thank you so much for slipping that membership to Ravenscroft. That was very kind of you.
Cool. Very nice of you. Yeah, absolutely. I thought I saw Putin's cat. I thought I saw Putty Tat. I did saw Putty Tat. Putin's cat. What's up? I did saw a Putty Cat. Yeah, it's Putin's cat. All right, let's see. Hey, I'm getting there. Oh man, all these people have already shouted out. Come on, there's got to be some more.
Oh, there is.
J.T. Kirk was a man. He was a big man with an eye like an eagle and as tall as a mountain was he, because he is Kirok.
Legally. He is Kirok. J.T. Kirk. He is Kirok. In Michigan.
Adrian James. Hey there.
Adrian.
Right. Penny, lovely Penny.
Penny.
People think like you're dissing her, but she actually wants you to do that. So
yeah, she loves it because it's just something she does.
No, I know.
So it's a term of endearment.
Lest anyone think it's an insult. It's not. It's
a
request.
No, she's making me do that to the world for her. That's Penny's request, that I give the whole world a raspberry on her behalf, and so I'm happy to oblige her.
Yep. Blunt Flunk Reviews. Hello, my friend. Good to see you.
Ethan.
Ravenscroft, you old dog. What's up?
Ravenscroft.
Good to see you, Ravenscroft. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's thank you for that. Thank you for doing that.
Very thoughtful.
18 months a member. Thank you, Larry.
Oh my goodness.
Right.
Thank you, Larry, for being a member for 18 months, buddy. Month of pure fun and friendship. You got it, buddy. We really appreciate you. All right, let's see. Where were I? Okay, Brogu from my old hometown.
I love Brogu.
1701 Tex. What's up, boy?
Tex, so good
I'll be
to see you.
Can't wait to see you Saturday, brother. The whole
Avon lives. He ducked.
Yeah, he did.
He did, yes.
The
He did.
Gulf Ghost Geek, the Gulf Coast Geek Gang gathers or assembles this Saturday.
Very nice.
SP4H. Thank
Hey,
you for
good
being here.
evening. So nice to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Indeed-ishness. And that's everyone so far. So there you go. So okay, before we get started, everyone, one little thing. Let's just face it, folks. Superman is so awesome. He has 3 birthdays a year. I celebrated his birthday, his actual fictional inside the lore or inside the comics birthday on February 29th. But today is his real life birthday, the day that the copyright was first approved for the greatest superhero of them all, the numero uno superhero. April 18th, this day, 1938. As you can see here, I made this little ridiculous thing here because I just thought you should see that, actually. Anyway, Action Comics.
Not ridiculous. It's receipt,
ridiculous.
and it's super
Really
cool.
great.
Action Comics, published by then Detective Comics, is what there was before. This was even before they were national periodical publications, and later because they were originally Detective Comics. That's why they're called DC Comics now. For those who don't know. Anyway, see, of course, it says not 1 June. That's because the comic was dated June, as you can see right there. But it actually, this is why I'm telling you he has 3 birthdays. Of course, there's the fictional one, February 29th. There's this one today, April 18th, when as you can see, this receipt right there. And then there's May, I think 9th or something. I always get that number. I always forget about it. Because even though the comic book was dated June, so you can maybe say he has 4 in a sense, but this comic actually hit stands a month earlier than that. So a little bit earlier than that, because they always do.
Wow.
They didn't. Later they started post-dating comics by about 2.5 months, sometimes 3. But at this time, this was this was early on when they were only doing like a month or so ahead of time. So this will be released in May, early May 9th, I think.
That always confused me as a kid. Like, why is the date not
cover date?
match?
Well, they did that to give the thing a longer shelf life. So because they had back then comics were all returnable from the newsstands or the drugstores or what have you. So they would take the vendors, ones they wouldn't been able to sell, they rip the covers off, send them back to the publisher, and they get returned. So they get their money back, and that was returnable. So that's how they did it. So if they had dated it the same time same month it came out, they would start returning them too quickly. So the publishers they'd put it out a little in advance. Eventually, they started doing it like 2.5 months ahead of time, and they were just because they wanted them to be to last longer. It's a good thing they did it that way. Anyway,
that is very interesting. So, how much would that cover be worth around right now?
That comic, right?
Yeah.
Well, very recently, I think the latest is this thing is still the most valuable comic ever. If you can, one of the 30 or so 70 something copies that are in really nice enough shape.
Okay.
It's the most expensive. I think they just recently reported that it went like $6 million or something, or was it?
Oh, wow.
Something crazy like that right now.
Wow.
I could be balling it because it may have gone up more, but it's somewhere.
Have
up in
you
there
ever
right
touched this and read this, or is this something that you had to do digitally? Also, welcome to Could Not Be Reached for further comment.
Hey, Could Not Be Reached. I've held a copy that was in a bag, but I've never, of course, I've read the comic many times.
Digitally,
yeah, not even digitally, reprints. It's been reprinted.
Oh, reprints. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. But as far as being able to take it, I actually saw someone. I was with someone who it was a terrible copy that actually I got to see him take it out of the bag. I didn't get a chance to hold it or anything. It was not great shape, but I was there. That was back in the 80s.
Oh, wow.
Or maybe 90s. It was not a good copy, but no. So, yeah.
Tex is pretty excited about the Gulf Coast Geek Gang meeting up
counting
again.
Down.
Yeah, he's pretty excited about it. I wish I could be there. I want to meet Tex.
You should, and you will one day. Yep, 6 million right now, huh? I think I saw that recently. Yeah, so There you go. Thank you, RR.
Well, there's some good backup. So 6 million it was, Glob.
Yeah. Yeah. And there aren't too many in nice enough shape either. But
Yeah.
So there we go. All right, folks. Well, we have got some Blake 7 and some Night Stalker and we've got Kolchak, Blake 7, and of course, a Star Trek comic. Let's go with Blake 7 first.
Okay.
You have a preference for Blake 7? No, I'm just teasing. I wonder why.
It could be.
Joking. Could be.
Shocking. Well, our buddy Ravenscroft
shock.
only has so much time, and he's a Blake 7 fan. We don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get to it. Okay, so Blake 7, Voice from the Past, is season 2, episode 10. This first aired on March 13th, 1979. And now the world's greatest Blake 7 fan in the world, in the universe, is going to give us a little bit of a summary about that. So stay tuned, folks. We're going to have a little bit of a review, and we're all going to talk about it.
Well, Max Redstone's really the real expert around here, but since he's not with us, I'll have to take over for him.
Well, there were some good
Blake
questions that they all had tonight in the watch party. So hopefully they remember those questions, because my memory stinks. So about the episode. So Max and the guys had some questions. Well, let Clobbering Times. He's the expert to answer those.
Max knows Blake 7 very well. I've come to learn. So, he's got, since he's not only younger but a better memory. I trust his memory on anything, whether it's Blake 7, Star Trek, than mine. So he's my go-to guy when I'm forgetting crap.
Blonde Philly Reviews has to leave, but he'll be back later. And guess who just walked through the door with a little fee-fi-fo-fum? Science officer, Princess Fiona.
Fee! All right, Fee. Good to see you, Princess Fiona. Okay. So, thinking maybe instead of me just, I was wondering, because you know how you on Saturday in Star Trek, you read a synopsis? And I just been winging it with my silliness.
Yeah.
And going on, should I just read a synopsis instead, make it easier?
Well, only if you want to, and certainly I think that you should fall down any rabbit hole or make any digression you see fit. I mean, a lot of these summaries are bloody awful, and so if you can impart any wisdom, or you want to press pause and correct it or things like that, I say go for it.
We'll try one on the Blake 7 wiki, because it's not like
this one's
the track
one. But this one's pretty good, I think.
I've been looking at these and I'm going, yeah, it'll keep from me being discombobulated and going all over the place and rambling. So
you never do that though. You don't do that.
You never do that. And if you keep it up, I'm going to rover you. I will rover you.
In all seriousness, to me, it sounds like I'm doing that.
No,
I will rover you.
Okay, Michael B, come take it easy, buddy.
All of your insights. We think you are brilliant. We adore you.
No, you don't. But okay, I'm just kidding.
Except you have to do your synopsis in a corny French accent tonight.
Okay, I could do it in. How about if I do it in? I don't know how to do that. I can do it in Blake's accent. No, I can do it in Avon's accent. I can do it as Avon. Callie is leading Blake, Avon, and Jenna in Buddhist-style relaxation techniques when nightmare-stricken Blake abruptly changes course. I'm not going to do that the whole time.
Nah, sorry.
Damn it, you.
Damn it, Mark.
So, all right. Anyway, but I'm going to give a stab at the for the hell of it. I don't know. I've been doing it one way before, but yeah, this might help me focus better. I'm terrible with focusing these days. Callie is leading Blake, Avon, and Jenna in a Buddhist-style relaxation in Buddhist-style relaxation techniques when nightmare-stricken Blake abruptly changes course for Del 10. He's having, by the way, since this thing, they need to let me write this. He says, yes, he is having some nightmares, if you want to call it that. He's experiencing some basically some flashbacks, for lack of a better term. Renounce. He is chanting, which should have been written in there. Should have they saying.
Well, you can click the little pencil button there, anyone, and you just make your edit away.
Oh, well,
not you while you're
right
talking,
now.
but no,
Okay.
but anyone in the chat, you can. I've made some edits already on some of these, which is fun.
But these are good for details. Okay, yeah. But that's pretty good for details, though. Anyway, they were abruptly changed the course from Del 10 to asteroid PK 118. He is unable to explain this, and the crew discover he is reacting to a signal implanted in his brain. Okay. I'm just gonna. I've already aggravated with the synopsis, but I'm gonna leave it. Okay. If it pisses me off too much, I might leave it. Signal.
I would just like
Is
to say
reacted
that
to a
I
signal.
knew that this would happen because I've known Clubby for 4 years now, and he is so much more articulate than these shite articles. Also, welcome, Grim!
Grim, hey Grim, hello Grim.
Hi, Graham.
Let's see, but I'm gonna give him a try here because it does help one focus. It keeps you from forgetting stuff when you go by something to look at. But implanted. Okay. So he is unable to explain this to the crew. Crew discover he is in the crew discover he is reacting to a signal implanted in his brain during his conditioning by the Federation. An attempt is made to return him to normal by linking him with Jenna and Orak for therapy. However, after the first session, Blake is able to convince Villa, that idiot, that the signal is a ruse by Avon and Avon and Callie, to take control of the ship. They lock the rest of the crew in a rest compartment and resume course for PK-118. Blake teleports down and is held at gunpoint by he teleports down so he can allegedly check the place out, so he can dump the others there. They're planning. Blake's plot is, according to what he tells Villa, is to dump the other ones down on the planet. Anyway, he is held at gunpoint by a bearded henchman named Nagu. Losing contact with him, Villa frees the other crew members. Nagu, you leave so much nuance. Never mind. Nagu takes Blake to Van Glend, played by a completely different actor than he was in the very first one way back. But never mind. Who reveals he has defected to the rebels. Also present is Siobhan, a rebel leader who is in no way someone will ever have known, who is believed dead and is encased in bandages. Avon and Jenna teleport down, but Blake insists they take the rebel group back to the ship with them. On board the Liberator, Blake and Glenn explain the plan. Glenn is working with Legrand, the governor of Outer Gaul, who intends to use the evidence he has gathered to indict the administration and Space Command at a governor's conference on Atley. However, Avon and Callie are suspicious the method Glenn used to enlist Blake's help. Legrand joins the group and explains her plan. Her plan to establish herself, Blake and Siobhan, as a new triumvirate of rulers. Herself, Blake, and Siobhan. That's what I get for going too fast and sitting so far away from the screen. As the group prepare to teleport down to Atley, Avon and Callie confront them. Blake orders them to stand down, but Glinda contests. He consents to leaving the telepathic transmitter behind. Siobhan stays on the ship as Blake. He leaves stuff out. Never mind. Jenna and I'm going to get through this one. It's just aggravating me. Jenna and Villa teleport down with Glenn and Legrand. Leaving Blake's group to wait, Glenn and Legrand enter the empty auditorium to be confronted by by a group of Federation troopers and the recorded message from Servalan, revealing she is already aware of their scheme. The troopers open fire, killing Legrand and several others. Similar shooting spree seen to the first episode of Blake. Oh, why are you editorializing? Similar shooting spree seen to the episode for some of the Blake #1, the way back broadcast. What's that in there for? Siobhan kills Nagu and is revealed to be a disguised Travis. He forces Avon and Callie to teleport to Blake's location. Panic attack stricken Blake collapses from the effect of the transmitter and removes his bracelet. Jenna removes hers as well as Villa is teleported up. Glenn attacks Travis and is killed by him, but the distraction allows Avon to destroy the transmitter, freeing Blake, and allowing Blake, and allowing him and Jenna to be teleported aboard with Blake finally calmed. This is pissing me off so bad. and Travis is surrendered by Federation. Blah blah. I'm tired of it. I can't take it anymore. I should not have done that. Damn it! It sucks.
Damn it, Mark.
Sorry.
See,
Should have done it
said what a
myself.
bad idea it was too, like Raquel.
I should have done it myself. Lesson learned.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Oh God.
I think that people need
Oh,
to
my-
realize too that one of the reasons why it's so difficult to write these is not only because the grammar is atrocious, but it's also the fact that so many people are writing them that they're very discombobulated. Like you're reading them and they're a
Yes.
jumble, and it's all these different authorial voices, and they all have a different tone, and they're just all slapped in there. They're not easy to read. They're a huge pain in the patootie. Good evening,
Plus,
Sentai
people-
Ranger Donnie.
Hey, Donnie.
Don Power Ranger.
Plus, people
it
just
let-
can't write anymore, Raquel.
I know.
Would it let me erase all that and write it myself?
Yes.
You can, yes, you can.
It
I'm
would.
gonna do it. I'm so tempted to go and do it. Max, maybe we should both go rewrite all those ourselves. I trust
Yes,
you to do it.
please. Would you?
So anyway, I'm
I'll
very
go and
tempted.
copyright and copy edit it. Not
Someone will
copyright.
just change
I'll
it.
copy edit it.
Basically, everyone, what happened was the episode opened up, and I'll go quick.
Yes,
It
please.
opened- they were all- Yeah, they were all doing exercises, and Blake is starting and being his mind starts to hurt him. He's starting having these pains, and he's having these something is being beamed into his mind as the challenge accepted. There you go. And it's renounce. A lot of the things that were basically a byproduct of his, or seemingly a byproduct of his conditioning that was done to him by the Federation many years ago. Turns out it doesn't. They're not really all that concerned at first, but then he goes to the flight deck and alters the course for an asteroid called Del 10, which really angered me because I wanted to go there myself when after Villa got through talking about it, saying it has gravity so light you could practically fly. Now I wanted to see that episode. We never got to see him go to Del 10. Damn it!
You would
Anyway,
need a Legionnaire's ring.
Indeed, would need one. I want to go there. So yes, he changes the course. For
We
the
wouldn't
asteroid.
need our Legion rings, but we would still wear them.
Yes,
I
we could
know
fly
I
better.
would still wear my Legion ring thanks to Gwagnar.
We could, yeah, thanks to Gwagnar, but we can fly better with the rings anyway. So
Yeah.
Anyway, he brings him. He reboots to the asteroid, and when Avon and the others get there, they're not happy about it, and so yeah, basically they end up pretty much overtaking Blake, and then putting him on. They can tell there's something wrong with him. He argues with them a little bit, but eventually they hook up. Orak hooks up this machine to him and hooks up Jenna's mind in him, and they find out what's wrong with him. He's receiving this oscillating tone that is somehow causing him to have these relapse of this conditioning. They don't know exactly what it is, but they know it's something wrong with him, and he's not himself. And we basically he ends up when they kind of make the mistake of leaving him with Villa. You know, Avon, dude, are you crazy? But anyway, they leave him with Villa, and Blake is able to talk Villa into believing that Avon and Callie are plotting against him. Boy, Blake is a dick, man. Jesus Christ. So even in his, even though when he knows what he's doing, he's a dick. But now when he doesn't, oh my goodness. And then he puts the spacesuit on. So they end up stranding them in the restroom thingy. Not that kind of restroom. And they go to the asteroid.
Right? I know, right?
They did call it that.
I know, but you're just so Canadian because that's the first thing I'm thinking too, right? You're very Canadian, Clubby. I love you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's what we've always called it. So, yeah. So, but they called it the restroom. So they were resting and rooming, and they shut them in there. Blake goes down to the planet he tells Villa his reason is to go down to the planet and check it out, make sure it's okay for them to strand them down there, meaning the Avon and Callie and Jenna even. Although he says he doesn't think Jenna's really part of it, but it's only for a short time. He means well, but so Villa's a putz. Blake runs into these people. They turn out to be one of them is Ven Glenn, who of course was the Arbiter General in his sham of a trial in the first episode of the first season, The Way Back, played by a different actor.
Minimus.
Minimus, this is here. Oh, cool.
Hey, Minimus.
Played by Richard Bebb, actually. So let's see, and the gentleman, the famous, although we've never heard of him until right now, rebel leader Siobhan is there. Look at him. He's not scary at all, is he?
Boss, can I interject
No.
really quickly,
Please.
even though it's super rude? Because
The Geek and I.
a wonderful friend just walked through
Hey,
the
Geek
door.
and I.
The Geek and said, "Do I need to watch Blake 7 1-6 to follow along?" Heck no. You want to know why, the Geek and I? Because we do a summary before we talk about the episodes and before we do any rating. So sit back and enjoy yourself, because we are going to entertain you and welcome. You're gonna have a great time at DJ Play Nice.
DJ Play
Rock.
Nice. Welcome to Geek and I. I mean, you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cool to watch it if you haven't watched it. We love it, but I mean, as far as just you just want to hear us talk about an episode, then not so much. But yeah, 1 through 6. You mean the first 6 episodes of season 1? Because right now this is season 2, episode
10.
It's episode 23 overall, but it's
23. Yep.
it's of season 2. It's episode 9, right?
No,
10,
10.
10. Oh, it's 10. Okay,
It's 10.
10.
It's 10.
gotcha. So anyway,
Well, the show's an anthology, right? But I guess it's got a storyline running.
no, there's
through it, so-
continuity, but it's not
Yeah,
like a
it's
soap opera or anything.
Yeah.
Not soap opera type continuity, like like some shows have, but it is. There's definitely continuity, but yeah. So,
I love you, Minimus.
cool. Fiona got the Blu-ray to Colossus the Foreman Project. Cool, great movie.
Awesome.
The first 6 shows. This is the 7th, right? No, Blake 7 is the name of the show. I think you're just joshing
No,
us.
you got me. You did get me on that.
You
And
got
by the
us,
way,
yeah.
I have no excuse because I've used that type of joke on people before. Like if someone mentions the movie Passenger 57, I always have to be an ass and say I haven't seen the first 56 yet. So that is a good one. I like it. Good stuff. All right. Let's see. So anyway, they meet Governor Legrand, Vinglind, and Siobhan, and they tell them about this new alliance. Now, their idea is the only way they will Bazinga, indeed. They will be able to or convince enough people in their spectrum to oppose the Federation, to try to take the Federation down, is to do it legally. I guess I'll comment later on what I think about that. But that's the plan. The plan is to bring him, Vin Glenn has been collecting, according to him, evidence, in his time there. He had to bide his time. That's why he allegedly did not help Blake when Blake was put on the show trial back in the Way Back episode. So he claims that he was a good guy all along, but he was working against the Federation. And Siobhan, of course, he was injured. They thought dead. Blake knew of him apparently and everyone thought he was dead, but he's not. Exactly, Princess, but that's for the critique. This is the synopsis. So anyway, they end up bringing these people on board the Liberator, and Avon and Callie, even Jenner to a point, but Avon and Callie are really skeptical. And so they start, they meet everybody. They beam down they teleport down. They teleport down, and they're convinced, or they're really not given much of a choice. They're told to basically Blake talks them into going along with it. Let's put it like that, at least tentatively. But Avon is not convinced because, unlike Blake, he's not being manipulated, and also unlike Blake, he's the genius, and he's not a sucker. Avon's like anybody else; he makes his mistakes, but he is not a sucker. Darth, hello there, Darth. So Avon and Callie, and I love, again, one of my things I love in the episode is how Callie and Avon are, not fooled. They find out they basically find out from Orac what this device was, and it was beaming signals into Blake's head, and it was manipulating him, but they were making it sound like they were just going to give him, they were just trying to send signals, and Blake's still being an ass about it. Orac is convinced that this is manipulating, has direct control over Blake's mind, but Blake Because he doesn't have control, he doesn't listen. And he's not expendable. And he's not stupid. And he's not going. So let's see here. They eventually they go to the planet Adelaide, where they're going to have this big conference. These governors. Of course, we see that Servalan hears about it. And she's at Space Command headquarters, and she hears about it, and she's going to be waiting for him. Ezra Goldstein, shalom, my friend. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. They go to Adelaide, but of course, in the meantime, Avon and Callie and Orak know better. I like when they there's a scene they even reference back to an episode where they said basically, can you override this thing? Orak, he says, I have circuitry in me that prevents me from using telepathic abilities. And he said, oh yeah, that's right. So Orak can't use his telepathic abilities or he will blow up. Remember the booby trap that Avon put in there in the end of the episode Shadow, the beginning of the season. So that's off the table. And anyway, Blake acts like a dick and takes when they go down to the planet, he takes Orak's key because they bring him out there. They bring Orak out onto the flight deck and said, just listen. And he turns Orak on. He says, according to Orak, that thing has direct control over your mind. And Orak tells him, and then Glenn says, oh, no, it's just a receiver. And he says, is that true, Orak? It's negative, not true, blah, blah, whatever. And Blake doesn't listen. And Blake just takes the key, and they all teleport down, and they leave the rest of the crew high and dry without the key to Orak. They go down to the planet, and sure enough, you got the big scene, which is one of the eeriest scenes in all of Blake 7, where they go into the empty auditorium. This is right out of 1984. It invoked that to me in some ways. Where Servalan gets on the screen and just basically says it's your pathetic attempt to take over. I mean, what is wrong with these people? But I'll get into that in the review later. But so that basically there was something. So she does what the Federation does. She has everybody shot. They're all running for their lives. And it turns out that the thing is still messing with Blake's mind. We find out that Siobhan takes his disguise off, and he is, of course, Travis. Bum, bum, bum. Of course, because earlier on the Liberator, he murders the bodyguard, Nego. I'm going all over the place. See, but you know what? I'd rather go all over the place than read their.
You're doing much.
You're not going all over the place.
No,
but I had
you're
to
not,
step
no.
away from my computer for a minute. So can I just yell shalom to Ezra? Sorry that I wasn't here to yell shalom back to you, sweetheart.
Yeah, Max is quoting the episode. Brother.
Yeah.
Brother. Shazam takes his disguise of Shazam. Yeah. So anyway, they end up barely escaping once Avon saves the day by destroying the device, breaking it. And they get back to the ship, and Blake's like, doesn't even remember anything that happened. None of it. And Avon has the fun line, says, I regret to inform you that he is his self again. Bum, 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 bum. And so the whole thing basically is, I'm going to put, go ahead and post your review, Ravenscroft, sure. So now I'm going to turn it over to my first officer. I've rambled enough, but that's basically what happened. And
you did not ramble, and your review, your summary was 10 million times better than the crap you read off the internet.
You don't have to say that. It's I hate it.
No, it's true. It's true.
Thank you.
Okay, so Blake 7, Voice from the Past. What did I think? Well, right off the hop, Avon isn't a fan of yoga, and it is most enjoyable. I just love watching Avon hate yoga. Avon, if you gave him a temperament sorting, if you went to a university or a leadership class and you gave him the temperament sorter for the things he values, he would definitely come out as an INTJ. I am a fellow INTJ, and so I just think that it is hysterical when everyone is in downward dog and they're trying to, focus on the yoga, that he just thinks the whole thing is ridiculous. Of course, like Clobby said, this is the mind control episode, and I think it's quite effective. Obviously, this is about a double cross. And I do have to tell you that I loved the auditorium scene. Now, remember,
That
this
was
is
brilliant.
1979. And in 1979, many of us still had the ginormous Yugo Pacers size television set that was only black and white. So to have that auditorium scene, it's incredibly powerful. It's
Good
it
night,
has
Tex. By the way, so say good night to Tex.
good night, Tex.
Good night, buddy, and hello, Tetrarch.
Oh, so apathetic. So yeah, I found the auditorium scene powerful because of the way that technology was perceived at that time, and of course
Yes.
the limitations of technology. I also thought that this was a quality attempt to present the quandary of duplicity, insofar as you may have this inkling that the mummy man with his googly eye is Travis. But one thing that you don't know is where the loyalties lie with these two officials. And it is not these politicians. Not only is it incredibly believable, but they give masterful performances. I
Yes.
think this is either the second or the third time I've watched this episode, and even knowing what's going to happen, you think to yourself, Blake, what is wrong with you? Avon, what is wrong with you? How do you not know that's Travis? Well, we know that Avon is always suspicious, but we're so frustrated with Blake, even though we know he's under mind control. So we're yelling, the mummy, eyeball mummy, cookie monster, mummy man. We suspect him, but you have a real cerebral take on how you actually don't know what these politicians are going to do, and you don't know whether or not to trust them. And so the performance is masterful there. This is, oh my gosh, JT Kirk, that's so expensive.
Oh, thank you, JT. You're too kind, buddy. Thank you for the
Sweetheart.
super chats, brother.
Wow.
I mean for the
JT.
the member gifted members. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for that, buddy. You're too kind.
JT Kirk, you
Kirok.
are Kirok. Legally.
Appreciate that, brother.
That's Mr. Kirok to you.
Kirok.
So this isn't my favorite style of episode, but because of the auditorium scene and because of these masterful performances by the politicians, I did rate this episode high, even though it is intrigue, and intrigue isn't my favorite. Action is not my favorite. Intrigue is not my favorite. Everyone knows that science fiction ideas and science fiction concepts are my favorite. Despite that, like I said, that auditorium scene is chilling. I do miss the super banter. This was written by a different author. It's not Chris, and it's not Terry. It's someone else. I forget the guy's name.
No, it was Roger Parks.
Roger Parks, yeah. So I don't get that cerebral charge that I usually get out of the show when Terry or Chris is doing it, especially Terry. I mean, Terry's like the greatest ever. It's not my favorite episode, but nevertheless, it's just very high quality because of the performances by the politicians, because it is a genuine quandary that is so believable, even when you're rewatching it. And that's a compelling performance when you are questioning this duplicity and this quandary and whether or not you would give into it with this hope of peace. And so because of that, I like it. But I do miss Terry. I do miss Chris. I want more of that brilliant banter. I love that cerebral sniping. And I do love my science fiction. And this is intrigue with some great moments, but not my favorite. So I gave it a 6 out of 7. I always rate Blake 7 high. Everyone knows how much I love Blake 7, but just this one's not my favorite, boss.
I understand that for sure.
What did you give it, Raquel, from my my spreadsheet? It was a 6 out of 7, you said?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, Mark.
Oh, yeah. I thought this was great acting all around, as we're watching. I'm trying to remember the questions that everyone had. Well, first thing was, of course, the acting of who's Travis playing, the actor.
She played
pretending to
Siobhan.
be Siobhan, yeah. So that accent wasn't wasn't the best. He did a little bit better of a French accent than Jean-Luc
Brother,
Picard.
imagine that I have not repaid my
Yeah, so
Fine.
that's okay. I think
It's Blake. Look at Max doing it. Is
yeah.
she come? Is it Blake? Sorry. Good.
No, it's classic. Yeah. So
It's
Brian,
like
is this?
it's like Gollum on crack.
Yeah, it just didn't work. I mean,
It
a
didn't.
little bit of it, a couple of seconds worked, but then it was just it just falls apart, and that kind of, and the makeup too with I guess, was that supposed to be a fake eyeball on that left side there, just because it looks so ridiculous? Like,
Well, I don't know, but I do
I
love
don't
that
know.
Max sent me googly eyes for I don't know, maybe about 12 hours straight. I think I got 3 sets of googly eyes from Max, which made me
Googly eyes.
laugh hysterically. I believe that when I received either the second or the third one that I snorted. I love Max. I just love Max.
yeah, yeah. So
Max rocks.
yeah, no, yeah, we had so much fun with that in the watch party. But yeah, that does kind of pull you out of the episode, and I didn't get a chance to clip anything for tonight, but I did think I watched the episode with one of our favorite comedians, and this is what he said when Travis pulled off his mask.
I love it.
I can't believe you put Gomer Pyle. That's great.
We
Oh,
can keep using that.
I love
Golly.
Gomer Pyle, and I loved
Yeah.
Gomer Pyle when I was little.
Shazam, Shazam, Shazam.
Gomer Pyle was so good. Tell
Yeah.
me
So I
that
got-
was like so good. That was good TV.
It was
Yeah, I love
awesome.
that show.
Yeah. So I got to find that's on my list to clip. The guy. Oh, and here we go. Got the slideshow. It's going to match up perfect.
Travis.
So and there's Travis.
The
here.
word.
Surprise.
The word.
The word.
Okay, so basically you can read my mind because I was just gonna actually start going the word, the word.
The word.
Forget it. Forget it.
The
We already
word.
have
Well, we have
it covered.
telepathy between us, even though we're
Yep.
across the.
Like 100% you read my
across the-
mind, so I'm just blown away.
But Brian, what did Brian Crochet said? He hated the script, which required him to completely cover his face in bandages and adopt a cod French accent. What's a cod French accent? I don't know what that means.
Smelly, fishy.
Smelly, yeah. He later said, "When I read the script, I just thought, oh God, let's just get this one over with as quickly as possible." So yeah, for him, I can see as an actor, but I just love the concept of this episode. And you've got,
Yep.
the politicians that are, they're traitors to the Federation, but the Federation is completely evil. So, it makes sense that, the Governor Legrand and what's the character? Was it Glend? I'm bad with the names, even though I've
Maybe
seen these
Glend, yeah.
episodes. Yeah, but she was excellent, and she thinks she's as duplicitous. I can't say the word.
Duplicitous.
As Serverland. Thank you. As Serverland. I'm eating too many
welcome.
carrots. Yeah. And that's the other on the side. They said people don't write that well because they don't know how to spell the words, but that should stop them these days with all the spell check. But anyway, yeah, just love. She thinks she's going to get it over, one over Serverland, and Serverland's, hold my lunch here. You think you
Yeah.
can get one over on me? I know exactly what's going on the whole time.
Yeah.
And the mind control maybe was a little bit, seemed a little bit contrived, but it was explained very well and made sense in terms
He's
of
not as
that's
good
just,
of an actor as Paul Darrow.
yeah.
Gareth?
He's just not. Like sometimes, like when it's called for him to do something very dramatic, sometimes it can border on melodramatic. I do agree with you there, Mark. I just don't find him as good
I think
he's
a
not
really good
quite
actor.
as good as Paul.
It's well done, but he's
Mhm.
I think he's a
a
really
little
good
bit
actor.
better. But those are tough scenes to pull off. So
They
during
are.
the watch party, I said that's that mind control stuff. That's not easy for an actor to make those scenes work. And they
And
did.
the sound,
Those aren't his
Yeah.
best scenes. No.
no,
Yeah.
but
But
the
when he's-
sound.
When he's going toe to toe with Avon, he's really good. With
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes, yes. Then he's a different person. Like he's an amazing actor when he has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the you know, the whole setup, that's your sci-fi setup there, I guess, or aspect of the show with the mind control. But I did love that, yeah, the auditorium scene. I mean, it looks like a high school auditorium. That's okay, or you know, very huge auditorium. You know, it doesn't look futuristic, shall we say? But you know, they don't have a big budget, but it doesn't matter because then Serverland comes on the screen. It's like, I got you. You are screwed. And then you know, Legrand actually starts to cry. I mean, she knows that you know their dreams, and she's altruistic. She's not doing it for power. She's doing it for the right thing. And they think they're going to convince all the governors. And you know, I'm thinking, you know, Star Wars, that Senate room. But of course, this scene is just so much. The acting and the how this scene hits is so much better than that scene in you know, the Star Wars prequel, with all the glitzy special effects and ET's flying around.
What prequel? There's a prequel?
Yeah, there's 3 prequels. Yeah, yep. There's no sequels, but to Star Wars. Yeah, number 1, 2, and 3.
I'm sorry, you're wrong. Star Wars
Revenge of the
doesn't have a
Sith.
prequel.
I like those.
They have 3 of them.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, you're both
They don't
wrong.
have any sequels, though.
No sequels,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
You're wrong.
Never watched those?
There are no prequels. There are no prequels to Star Wars.
A lot of people agree with you.
Well, when I come up with $4 billion, I gotta buy Disney Star Wars back from
You
Disney.
fix
Hopefully
it.
fix things. Yeah, I'll fix it.
Thank
Just
you, Mark.
everyone give me $4 billion.
Mark, you're the
I'll
best.
fix it.
Go fix it. Fix
I'll
it.
fix it. Here we go. This is a race. But yeah, I mean, that scene really hits home without, what I'm trying to say is, yeah, without all those fancy dancy special effects. So yeah.
Wait, there was some special fancy effects, though. That scene with the ship coming down, the shuttle.
Yeah.
That looked like
was well
Empire
done.
Strikes Back.
Yeah, that was well done. And I did mention that. Yep. So that effect
That was pretty
was
good, didn't it? Yeah.
And the Liberator, you get some excellent close-up views, which would help me finish the detail painting on the Liberator. You don't often you see the Liberator from afar, but you had some really nice close-ups. You could see the paint job. You could see it's actually weathered a little bit. It's not perfectly white. And you know, you can see the detail in that model there. And I think they had a couple of different models during filming.
The deets?
Yep. So
did you get all the deets?
I did all the deets. Yep. There's some cool deets. Yep. So yeah, there's more than meets the eye, you know, from a distance on the Liberator. So yeah, I think it's over. I would give this a 5.5 out of 7. There's stuff that I like, but I think a couple of things that I don't like. But the characters are so well done, and it's and this is building up to some phenomenal episodes too. So you know, without obviously no spoilers, but it just ramps up exponentially from here in terms of quality and excitement. Well, there's always quality, but in terms of the excitement. So and I'll do some. I have a couple of show notes I can do, or the wiki notes after
Clobby chimes in. Clobby,
yeah.
Well,
honey, tell me what you thought.
All right, let's see here. Voice from the Past. I have it ranked at number 29, and I give it a rating of number 5. Yeah, it's not one of my. It's a mitter for me as well. I mean, it's okay. There's some good things in it. My favorite things in it are basically Avon, the Avon bits and Callie. Avon solving everything. Blake is an absolute. Now I know he's being controlled because he doesn't even remember anything after it, but he's an absolute ass. I was kind of entertained by the whole Travis Siobhan charade. The part of the problem with the plot for me, and you know, I don't mind far-fetched at times, but what's far-fetched? It's not far-fetched that they were in space. It's not far-fetched that they were in big spaceships, or that they were teleporting all over the place, or going all over the universe. What's far-fetched for me was that actual adult human beings that live in a situation like that are politicians, really believe that you can take down a government like that legally. Good night, Penny.
Penny, thank you so much for making Clobbering Times a part of your daily routine. Sleep sweet, beautiful lady.
You know,
take care, Penny.
It's more realistic. You know how Avon's always you know, all over Blake about how unrealistic it is. You have no chance.
Yeah.
It's more realistic to think that a handful of criminals with an advanced spaceship could take down a government like that by using tricks, by going all over them behind their back. You know, the things that Blake and they all do, right? Fighting a the kind of more of a sneaky war that they're fighting, fomenting rebellion, all that stuff, to take down a government that is corrupt and oppressive as that, than a couple of legal documents. I mean, there had to be Vin Glenn and Governor Legrand, who, by the way, Avon called her sane. The only sane one among them, he referred to as. She's not all that sane. And I'll get to that in a second there. Oh, thank you. Just finish my review real quickly. However, that said, it's a decent episode with one of the most chilling and extraordinary scenes in all of Blake 7, which was the 1984 bit where they walk into the auditorium and it's empty, and you have Servalan basically telling them how stupid they are. We're on that, with those soldiers in there on that screen, and just showing her face, and it's actually very well shot. They close up on Servalan, telling them how we've known about your pathetic plot from the beginning. It's just like giving them a dose of reality. Now, again, like you said, the actors were very good. The lady playing Governor Legrand was very good. Her crying at her disillusionment that they knew that not that they were about to die, knowing that she would die, that she would failed.
Yeah.
And even Glenn, he should know better. A guy like him, that they got played like like violins, and they actually thought they could. Because he even said earlier in the episode that the other people will go along with it, but only if we do it legally, with no violence. Well,
yeah.
I'm sorry, the Federation is just too big and corrupt. That's where you got to know Blake is not himself, because he's even said himself. He says the Federation is corrupt and oppressive, and I will destroy it if I can, which he said in the episode Duel.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's no reasoning with the Federation, and there's no legal. You can't take down a dictator with the law. They make the laws.
Mm-hmm.
So
the law,
again,
yeah.
they are the law. So,
but I do.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, just my personality. I've always followed the rules, and I always feel like that you can change things by following all of the rules, and that everyone should follow the rules. And unless you can prove that the rules are stupid, and then you break them.
But should, but
I just enjoy the fact that in 1979, that people still believe that there were politicians and that there were people in the world.
That's a fair point.
Who wanted to change the world by following all the rules. And I just want to say that, having grown up in the 1970s, that this show is like, it's my childhood. This is the way that everyone who grew up in my time, this is what we grew up on, and this is what we believe. And there are so few of us. I mean, Gen X isn't a big generation. There aren't that very many of us. And, many of our parents were born in the 1930s and early 1940s. And, they're not boomers. They're the silent generation before. So it's just, for me, I guess what I'm trying to say is that's what I love about this, that those politicians tried to change the world by following all the rules, and to show that if you follow the rules, you can make it happen, and that you don't have to break the law, you don't have to riot, you don't have to burn anything, you don't have to do anything. You can just go in, and with the power of logic and evidence and charisma, that you can go in there and you can change things. So it actually sort of makes me feel a little bit sad, because we live in such a different world now, and that doesn't exist anymore.
And I would love to believe that too, because you have a point. In 1979, there were people that still believe that, but yet in this, even though Terry Nation didn't write this episode, he was still the boss, and so was Chris Bowser.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they approved this script, which does say at the end, you know what? You're gullible, you're naive. The Federation cannot be reasoned with. They are too corrupt. And there have been many. I mean, I'm totally with you. That it would be nice to people. And I guess it's a caution. And maybe this is a cautionary tale. That's why I think they used that scene and made it look like something right out of 1984. And then they get They get there in you're in Asia, whatever they call it. They're Eurasia. Yeah, so that's what I think that they were saying here.
Yeah, well, that's the old adage: only the good die young, right? And nice guys finish last, and unfortunately, we try to play by the rules, but it doesn't always work that way. And you in a perfect world, an altruistic world, you'd think so, but when the system is corrupt, how do you use the system to take down the system? That's the problem. If you've got corrupt judges and everyone's getting paid off, and how does that person rebel? How do
you have to fight for the
city?
system, and you have to make sure that the system you have to fight for it when it has become corrupt. And I guess that's one thing that's a part of my personality that I find hard to let go because of the way that I was raised and the time I was raised in. Because I definitely believe in law and order, and I believe that we can use law and order against pukes.
Well, this is why I've always said, how much I love the show. This is why I've actually always admitted to myself and to others, which too much to their puzzlement. I said, this is by all metric, I should hate this show. This is a show that on paper that me, Clobby, should hate everything about it because it is absolutely decadent in its cynicism. It is absolutely cynical.
Yeah.
And I still love it.
Yeah.
I still love it. I don't want every show to be that, but it is. No. This show is that.
Yeah, but
look at Serverland's smile on the slide with that.
But it's the conversations, and it's the way it's moving the furniture of your mind. No one loves breaking a stupid rule or being the force for providing proof to get rid of a dumb rule, like an INTJ, especially an INTJ who's Gen X. That's definitely me. That was the culture I was raised in, and the epoch I was raised in. So I definitely think that it's supposed to be that too. It's supposed to be that too. It's supposed to say. Sometimes in this world, politicians can come along who try to change the system, and they're good people, and bad people make sure they don't get into power.
Yeah.
And we have to fight. Like I said earlier, we have to fight to take back control of the system and make sure that the system works and that it's not corrupt.
Yep.
Of course, you could channel the great line, your favorite episode, Clobbering Times, Mirror, Mirror. In every revolution, there's one man with a vision, right? That.
Yeah.
So that's the hope of Star Trek there.
That's right.
Yep, and that's why I love Star Trek, because it's comforting and it's fun to at least fantasize that mankind can make it there. Yeah. Like I always say, Star Trek is the dream, Blake 7 is the nightmare. Both are incredibly intelligent and entertaining shows.
Yep.
And that's the great thing about both of them is the thing about great characters, great story ideas, great entertainment, and you love it. You love them both. But if I want to be comfortable, I can watch Star Trek. Actually, I watched, but it's funny how Blake 7 makes me feel comfortable too, but for different reasons. But overall, as viewed through, as a whole, it's pretty downbeat. And yet, hey, like I said, I always love it. And that's why I still will always love Star Trek just a little bit more, but I do love this one.
Yeah.
So let me get this super chat. Thank you, RR.
Yeah, you got to
give.
So kind.
Thank you so much. As always, appreciated. He says, Clobby, Mark, and Raquel, many thanks for introducing us to Kolchak. Oh, I didn't know we'd introduced you to it. Okay, cool.
That's wonderful.
I've been watching on YouTube. Pure 70s gold. Any chance you'll review Columbo? Cheers. I don't know if I have nothing against it. I like Columbo. I don't think we'll ever review it, only because it's not necessarily, it doesn't fall into what my definition of a geek show is. If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
We're going to keep it geek.
Columbo.
I like it. We're going to keep it geek here though.
Yeah.
However, that said, it's nothing against the show. In fact, I really, it's a really cool show. So I'm afraid not. Just like some other shows I really do like that I probably wouldn't review here.
Yeah.
If you see what I'm saying.
Yep.
So let's see.
But yeah, great TV nonetheless. Yep.
Kolchak is awesome sauce. My husband watches me watching it, and he says that he's never seen me so happy watching a show, because he says that when I watch Kolchak, I'm completely immersed and I have a huge smile on my face. Kolchak
Does
is
he have to cover your
it's-
eyes at any point, or can you handle Kolchak?
sometimes, but not really. It's really sticks with the gothic horror, which I really, really enjoy. I enjoy being frightened, but I don't enjoy any type of violence or gore. And so
Yep.
this Kolchak accomplishes that quite nicely. I get a good
Yes.
fright. I feel quite scared. There's atmosphere, there's supernatural, there's, the Wolfman, there's Dracula, there's aliens, but there's no gore and gratuitous violence, which is nice.
Indeed. So let's get these reviews, shall we?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do it, boss.
All right. Okay. Ravenscroft. We'll take care. Yeah, no, because Ravenscroft usually can't stay as long, so we'll do that one first. Ravenscroft, I hope you're still here. If not, and he's here this later, I apologize. We'll get to him as fast as we can. He gives it 4 Avons. He says, here we go. One of my least favorites, I think he means Servalan, the omnipotent puppet master, who's always one step ahead, yawn, whoa, and dumb decisions by so many Coffabilla. Yeah, it was a dumb decision.
That's a great review, Ravenscroft.
Yet another chance to showcase Blake's past wasted.
Mhm.
Intriguing idea of mind control muddled by political gobbledygook. Loved the exercise session though. We'll see. Yeah. Let's see. Many latch on to Blake's mutual affinities. A comment to prove Avon Callie ship, but I thought shipping. Oh, good lord! Yeah. Think he was just trying to confuse Villa. Never saw much real evidence of this. There were other instances where people might like to say, but anybody shipping Blake 7 better not talk to me, because I will stomp them. I don't want to hear any shipping with Blake 7. Mummy Travis visually silly and kind of obvious. Really not the strongest writing this time out. Yeah, I hear you. I can't really argue with that. Not many memorable lines, save for Avon's, I regret to inform you, Blake is himself.
That's the only great line.
But we do once again see that Avon is concerned about and understands Blake.
Mm-hmm.
Yuppie.
Agreed,
Well, thank you so much, Ravenscroft. And now,
Thank you.
the greatest Blake 7 plan in the universe, Maximum Redstone.
Maximum Redstone.
All right, Maxie. Here we go. Captain Nemesis, hello there.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Max says 3.5 out of 7. Delta grade. That's what you did there. Near bottom of the B7 barrel. Worst of Series B. Yeah, and that's because it's the worst of Blake. Blake's managerial skills have been established as objectively questionable. Wow.
You'll just have to take my word for it.
Yeah, exactly. Now the
Of course,
mystery.
he's mind controlled there. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. He was under mind control, Max. You're not being fair. Anyway, that's true. You're right, Mark. Now the mystery tone depresses his capacity further. He's totally paranoid and a complete asshole. He ruins, that's for sure. But he's that when he's not. He's an asshole when he's not.
Yeah, it's so true.
He ruins the cruise vacation, diverting to an asteroid, sorry, full of weirdos in gray bathrobes. Weirdos, bunch of weirdos. Under a grand poobah in a green robe with a googly eye. It figures that in a dystopia, Blake has just got to find people sillier than him. Despite all, there were things I enjoyed here.
Yeah, me too.
Yep, let's see here. Serverland steals the show in only 3 scenes, agreed. Avon, Callie, and Aurak are intrepid in their efforts, agreed there too. Love the callback to Shadow limiting Aurak's telepathic influence. Love that as well.
Mm-hmm.
At 28.25. Oh, wow, well spotted. Is a 1 light 3/4 rear shot of the Liberator that is the most beautiful of the series. The
Yeah.
Conference Center is well used, and the space shuttle FX is cool. That was really very good effects for the space shuttle there.
Mm-hmm,
I mean, the ship, the shuttle scene.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Finally, I like the theme from Pressure Point that the Federation has been corrupted by those like Servalan, suggesting a more equitable balance can be restored. Sadly, the plot runs paper thin as viewers were asked to believe too much. This is a spectacular review, Matt. Villa isn't a moron. He isn't the strongest. He isn't the strongest. He's impressionable, but he is intelligent. Having him fall in line like he did is a disservice to the character. Kind of fits the character to me, but I hear you. Doesn't the Liberator have advanced shipboard diagnostics? One would think, and again, like they have Orak, but Orak did suss out what was wrong. They just couldn't stop Blake.
There was nothing he could do.
Yeah, they couldn't have taken a tissue sample from Siobhan. Good point. That's a very good point. But they didn't even bother. They were trusting. That's why it was such a mess. They were trusting Glenn and Legrand. Why is Blake nabbing Orak's key and dictating terms to his own crew? That was
weird.
That was weird. But remember, Orak did say that thing had control over his mind. Perhaps Glenn, I don't know how he would manipulate him, but somehow he did it.
I still think that Avon should have punched him in the face and just knocked him right out. Like, just slug him one right in the jaw.
Yes.
Ouch.
Yes, and how in the name of Moo Shoe Pork, whatever that is, Mugu Gaipan, did Travis
Mushu
cover?
pork is good stuff.
I mean, it probably is. I was just being a jerk.
You might like it actually.
Yeah, you might actually like Mushu pork.
There's no veggies in it.
Yeah, there's nothing green in it.
See what you did, Max? See what you did? Cover up the yellow ring pop thing. Yeah, it is. I always called it. It's totally a ring pop. His ring pop is this laser focuser, is what he calls it, on his blaster. Governor Legrand is denser than a marble slab. She is supposed to be a leader, but comes off as a reject community theater Mary Poppins. Wow. By the way, I got to thinking about what you said earlier about it being the weakest one of the season. I think I might have one. I won't mention what it is because we haven't got to it yet. It's one I think's weaker, but nevertheless. The setup was obvious from the talk Legrand had with Sutherland. The meeting of the governors being deserted and the empty auditorium were doubly obvious. It felt like they sprung a mousetrap. It was, yes, I'm with you. Freed themselves, reset the trap, and stepped on it again. That's good. They all took the shuttle because of security force walls, but somehow they can't teleport to it and from later. Can't teleport to and from later. Yeah, no, good. Also a good point. Blake's self-retcon at the end is like a first smashing. At first, smashing what's left of the melted ice cream sundae. I just don't like this episode and never have. It's a great concept, but very poorly executed.
That's a great review.
No argument for me, buddy. Then he says,
good evening, John Platt.
John Platt, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Appendix number 12. Okay. I can see that Travis is holding his left arm under his wrap, but still getting on board the Liberator shouldn't be easier than getting past the TSA checkpoint. Fantastic, Max. Everyone give Max a hand. It's great stuff.
Maxie!
Phantom outsider was a man. He might even still be a man. Here we go. Because he didn't. Never mind. I'll leave it to him. He says 6 30-foot Avon stomping a mud hole into one normal-sized Blake as normal-sided Avon enjoys an adult beverage out of 7. Fanty. Where's it? Where am I looking for? Where'd you put us? Oh. I was going to try to find. Oh, Fanty? The word
The word. The word. The word.
Fanty, if anything happens to you,
One more thing. If anything happens to Avon, I will come looking for you.
The word. The word. The word. The word.
It's a trap!
The word. The word.
that's for you, Fanty, you bad boy. Captain Nemesis says, when writing, I now have Clobby and the Professor over my shoulder, the twin gods of comics and prose.
Oh,
Wow.
that's very kind of you to say.
Well, that's very kind of you to
Wow.
say that. Just don't get Howard Chaykin over your shoulder. That's all I ask. Let's see. Thank you, buddy. It's good. Thank you. Appreciate that, by the way. It's very nice of you, sir.
Yeah.
Fiona
thank
says,
you.
let's talk about, Harry O. Yeah, that was a good show. I think Harry O was one of the best detective shows before Magnum. Rockford kind of killed it. Yeah, I love Rockford the best. It's probably my all-time favorite detective show, PI show, but
No,
Harry
I
O
liked
was
them.
a good show.
I liked Rockford Files.
Yeah, and Magnum was a good show too. Harry O was good, but I think she's right. It kind of, those became so popular, everyone forgot Harry O. But
Mhm.
David Chance. Anyway, let's see here. What is Ezra saying? Patrick McGowan directed one Columbo episode. Yay, Patrick McGowan won a couple of Emmys for being on Columbo. The great. I keep saying it wrong. This is the great Patrick McGowan. So we're done with this episode. So we're gonna hurry up and jump to our Kolchak. What do you think?
Let's do it.
It's Kolchak time. It's cold.
It's cold.
Oh, I do have a request from Max Redstone, so give me 20 seconds. I was working on that.
Okay.
So,
Well, before we get started on a Kolchak the Night Stalker, they have been, they are, they will be, which is episode 3 of the television series Kolchak the Night Stalker.
Good
This
night,
first-
Ravenscroft. Sorry.
Good night, Ravenscroft. This first aired on September 27th, 1974. And I just want to give a shout out to Michael and Cassandra Beacom because, of course, they have provided me with the excerpt, the synopsis from the book, The Night Stalker Companion, written by, what's the guy's name again? Darn it. I forget the guy's name. Somebody put up the name. Anyway, incredibly kind and thoughtful of Michael Beacom. Michael, I just love you so much. Thank you so much for making the show better by offering us the synopsis.
There you go.
So I'm going to go ahead and read
Yep.
it from page 129. Are we ready to go?
here, no, let me show the clip. This was for a request from Max. So
Max
yeah,
sorted.
let me just. It'll take me a couple seconds to upload, so it won't interrupt your.
No problem.
Anyway,
Mark
anyway,
DeWidziak. Mark DeWidziak.
According
There you
to
go. Yep.
Michael, he says trivia for the first 4 shows. It was just called The Night Stalker, no Kolchak for the first four shows. Thank you, buddy. Go ahead. What you got?
Yep, just it's on the way.
Oh, okay. I thought you had it already.
Oh, I got to delete this one. Yep, let me take this one. Oh, it didn't load. Yep. Hang on. It's everyone. Hang on.
What?
The word. The word.
There we go.
Heavens to Murgatroyd!
It's a trap!
Max requested that, so
Yes, he is Murgatroyd.
I wasn't ready for your review.
Did you just
unfortunately.
actually put my favorite Snagglepuss up on the screen?
I didn't know you liked
Hey, you like-
Snagglepuss.
You like Snagglepuss? Yeah.
I'm a massive Snagglepuss fan, and I think
Oh.
that Max Redstone knows that.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
That's right.
Heavens to Murgatroyd!
That was
It's a trap!
That was some Murgatroyd.
that was excellent, even.
What? Oh yeah, it's cool. Very good. So
Thank you for that idea, Max. Yep. Let me switch the slideshow over to.
Okay. While you're doing
other-
that,
Yep.
we should always start with a. Can't do the rest. Sorry. You got. I could do. Just kidding. All right. Oh my God! The word. Avon is hanging out with Kolchak now.
Yeah, I gotta change the slideshow.
Did you get to see this episode, Marker?
I watched it while we were doing doing the live stream, so I've read the episode and Slide showed it. I'm gonna have to watch it again after. I was
Heavens
doing
to
like 3 things at
Murgatroyd.
once.
It's a
Yeah.
trap. We're surrounded even.
But yeah, I got too busy at work today. It was ridiculous.
Work is that important?
Yeah, I
is
don't
it?
know why people, someone showed up at
What
work and
the
had to
hell?
complete some projects. I'm like, but I gotta
Work?
do these. I gotta do
Have
these
no respect for you.
slideshows and stuff. Yeah, I gotta watch shows. I'm like, what do you mean? I've gotta help you right now. There we go. There's the Kolchak slideshow, and let me change it to episode 3. I got a long title for this episode.
You got
can
it?
go,
Get
Raquel.
some,
Yeah, it's
elevator music?
it's up there. Yep. No, you can go. Go, Raquel.
Oh,
Yep.
can I go? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
go ahead.
Yes,
All right.
slideshow's running.
Go
Slideshow's
for
running.
it.
Yep,
We're
yep.
good.
All right. I'm going to be reading extemporaneously. Let's see how this goes down. The Lincoln Park Zoo's prized cheetah is missing. The day before, a panther disappeared. INS reporter Carl Kolchak is only interested in the first game of the World Series until editor Tony Vincenzo threatens to put office intern Monique Marmelstein, what a name, on the story. Always reminds me of Yngwie Malmsteen, the guitar player. He agrees that missing zoo animals are peculiar, even in Chicago, and agrees to look into the mystery. On his way to the zoo, Kolchak hears a report on his police radio. He can make out an address and the words officer down, but the rest is garbled by static. The police have an electronics warehouse surrounded. The alarm has been tripped from inside and a guard has been killed. Waiting for something to happen, Kolchak and the police are suddenly thrown back by a powerful blast. The damage is extensive, but all that's missing from the scene is a stack of lead ingots. At least they're missing once they disappear before the amazed eyes of Kolchak and Captain Quill. As Kolchak is escorted from the scene, he notices 4 men in suits talking with Quill. Adding to the puzzle is a series of thefts involving electrical equipment, missing animals, stolen ingots, unseen robbers, hurricane-powered winds, stopped watches, and electrical equipment. Nothing seems to fit, but Kolchak believes the mysterious incidents are in some way connected, and he believes the men in suits, obviously government agents, have a clue. At Lincoln Park Zoo, Kolchak is shown the missing animals' cages. The bars are blasted inward, about 10 feet across. In the cage, he finds a strange black substance. Dr. Beth Weinstock, one of the zoo's veterinarians, tells Kolchak that the animals died of heart attacks. But in a Chicago suburb, unhappy homeowner Alfred Brindle is trying to tell anyone who will listen that he found a strange black substance on his front lawn. Carl Kolchak is willing to listen. Brindle also tells him that the vandals stole his neighbor's stereo system, taking the electronic guts and leaving the rest. On Brindle's lawn, Kolchak finds the same type of black substance he found at the zoo. Kolchak goes back to the zoo and asks Beth Weinstock to analyze the substance. Beth tells Kolchak she doesn't need to do an analysis. It's the same substance found in the cages. It contains bone marrow and digestive acids. Her best guess is that something extracted the bone marrow, ate it, and vomited. Intrigued, Kolchak asks Gordy the ghoul if he had the autopsy report on the guard killed at the electronics plant. Gordy sneaks a recording of the coroner's autopsy to Kolchak. Sure enough, it reveals that the human victims had their bone marrow extracted, the same as the dead animals. Ew! The murders and disturbances are the work of extraterrestrials. Chicago is being visited by temporarily stranded, unidentified flying objects. While at the planetarium, Kolchak is attacked by the unseen force. The aliens are there for a glimpse at the star charts. Knocked down by the wind force, Kolchak wildly snaps pictures, and the camera's flash seems to drive it away. It's not the light, however. It's the high-pitched whine of the battery recharging that so annoys the aliens. Armed with this weapon, Kolchak can protect himself as he sees the UFO leave Chicago for good. What happens? What happened? Kolchak summarize. It's all a point of view, really. A traveler has a breakdown, stops to fix it, gets a roadmap, has a bite to eat, and goes on his way. It's happened to all of us, but this traveler happened to be light years off his course instead of miles. And that is all the Night Stalker companion has to say about they have been, they are, they will be. Clubby,
Yeah.
what did you think of this episode?
It was fun because right now this is the third episode, but the first two movies, which have their differences, also have the similarities, right? And then the premiere episode of this one is almost like it's also different type, slightly different baddie, but very similar to the other two movies. But still, McGavin is the thread through all of it. It's fantastic. Then we get the zombie episode again. So this is a total break from all of that. You got the spooky, supernatural stuff going on, and or except the Night Strangle, a little bit more science, and the Ripper too. But this one is a kind of a break from all those. You have this unseen, this alien attacker. I think that's one of the things that really that always endeared me to this show was this episode shows that it's not always going to be just normal horror. Classic Comics, what's up, buddy?
Classic Comics, it is so good to see you. Yeah, I totally agree. It's not just weird tales. It's not just
Right.
gothic horror. It's not just supernatural. We're going to have some science fiction, and we're
Yes.
all very excited about it.
I love that it went in that direction because
Mhm.
you wouldn't think that a show that starts with a vampire, a long living strangler, stealing blood and all this kind of stuff. In other words, for what we've seen already, this one comes right out of left field. You wouldn't really expect it.
Yeah,
It had
true.
had some very interesting, guest shots, of course. James Gregory. Every time they get a new, hey, Sci-Fi Mombi, good to see you.
Hello, and Stephen Mack is here.
Stephen Mack, hey, Stephen.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, Steve
So,
Mac. 8 is enough. How did they all fit in that little house?
Yeah, 8 is enough is in this one.
Eight is
Dick Van
enough
Patten.
is all you can
Dick
think
Van
about
Patten.
at that point.
Yeah. So, there are more science fiction ones coming up, but yeah, I just thought that was a nice different change of pace and stuff. It was still scary though. They still managed to keep the scary in there, but you weren't really sure what was going to happen because it was again. One of the things I love about the show is the monster can be completely not even there, and you can only ever see it. And it turns out it's not a monster after all. It's an alien that is certainly not very nice. Obviously, it's not a friendly alien, but it is an alien. It's another life form that just stopped off on Earth, and Ken just gets out of there and just leaves, and he doesn't. I don't know. I just thought it was a really cool story. I'll let it go at that. I want to hear your review of it.
Well, boss, I absolutely loved this. And of course, once again, this is vaguely familiar to me. So I had an impecunious childhood, meaning I was quite poor, abject poverty. In fact, I'm not ashamed of it. But certainly I did not have the same access to things that other people would have, and certainly not cable or things like that. Part of it was the time, and certainly it was the funds. But nevertheless, this does feel vaguely familiar, as though I have watched it a long, long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
This is awesome sauce. This is absolutely everything that I love. This is why I write short stories. This is the style of short story that I absolutely adore. I just think it's fantastic. I wasn't a big fan of the synopsis, although I'm incredibly grateful to have it, and I love it being around because it's accurate. But I just think that they reveal that it's extraterrestrial far too soon in the synopsis. I think they should wait until the very end, because I do think that it is quite powerful that we're wondering, is this another Weird Tales? Is this more gothic horror? Is this more atmosphere? Is Dracula going to appear? What's happening? Is there a werewolf? What's going on here? And so you're thinking that it's this science fantasy, this gothic horror. And then all of a sudden you realize, oh my gosh, this is science fiction. And I do have to say that I love the fact that all of the ingredients are a recipe to get back home. And so you don't figure it out until you start to put the pieces together of this recipe for how to get back home. And I think that it is a stroke of genius on behalf of the writer here. Like, I could just imagine how high quality this story would be if it were just a short story, because I absolutely love what Kolchak says at the end. It's all a point of view. It's all a point of view, really. A traveler has a breakdown, stops to fix it, gets a roadmap, has a bite to eat, and goes on his way. It's happened to all of us, but this traveler happened to be light years off course instead of miles. I think that that is such a marvelous way to bring this story to a close. And I love the fact that we're shown the elements for how to return. And the whole time we're thinking, is this Weird Tales? Is this gothic horror? Are we going to have like a Bram Stoker type encounter? Are we going to have a Mary Shelley encounter? What are we going to what's going to happen here? And then, as it turns out, we have a marvelous spaceship, and then it all comes real. We see, oh my goodness, this poor alien has been doing its best to survive on our planet, assembling the things it needs to fix its ship and get the hell out of Dodge. It's delicious. And what's the best part of it, can I please just say the best part of this is that in this episode, they show the exact style of spaceship that I have been trying to get my husband to build with me to put on the front lawn for Halloween. But he's actually scared to build it with me because he says, once I put it up, I'm going to just incorporate it into all of the other decorations. Like, I'll put an Irish flag on it for St. Patrick's Day. I'm going to put a Canadian flag on it for Canada Day. I'm going to put Santa on it for Christmas. Basically, he's frightened because he believes I'll never remove it from the front lawn. So we had a great laugh about that. And then I also, of course, I insisted once again that we commit to that project immediately. I've been trying to get him to do it for like 15 years. Anyway, this is an A+. This is delicious short storytelling, and it is so nice to see it in celluloid. Whomever wrote this marvelous story is probably a terrific short story writer, and I had such a great time with this marvelous story of how to get back home. And Fee, yes, he is right. Once we get that up in the front yard, don't say anything. He's podcasting right now. He's doing his show. He can't hear us. Don't tell him. But yeah, once it goes up in the front yard, that mother effer is never coming down, Fee. Stephen Mackey's obviously right. Yes, he is. He's right. Yep. So yeah, A+. Marco, what did you think? What'd you think?
Well, I mean, I kind of half watched the episode, to be honest, but I can see why, this is the X-Files, right? And as I'm, I was reading the episode and clipping it, so I don't get the full, I didn't get the music or the tension.
Good night, Max.
Good night, Max. Good night, Max.
Yep.
I
got to watch it again. But yeah, I could see where that influence, and I guess you do find out that it's spacemen too soon, but of course you think it's a government conspiracy. It starts off, as you said, with the animals getting killed in the zoo, and they're talking about all the different horrific things that happen. So yeah, you're thinking it's going to be another monster, right? You're not thinking that.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing about Weird Tales when they're put into an anthology. And so while we're there, I'm just going to interject very quickly because I don't want to derail your thought. But everyone should know that this short story was written by Bill Stratton, and it was turned into a teleplay by David Chase. So, Bill Stratton, I doff my cap to you, sir. I don't know what happened in Celluloid. Certainly, I can tell by your parting words, how you draw the story to a close at the end, that you perhaps did not quite reveal the hand until the very, very end. So I doff my cap to you. I think this is a fabulous short story. Anyways, please continue,
Oh,
Mark.
that's okay. Yeah, and David Chase, of course, is a phenomenal writer
Sopranos
and
guy.
producer. Sopranos, yeah. So, and then of course, when they go to the now, who was the lady they went to? She was the kind of like a Quincy MD, I was thinking, but
She was
that
the
was
veterinarian of
veterinarian.
of the zoo.
Yeah. So when they find out all the bone marrow is out, so I don't know, if ossobuco, if you eat that, that's a popular dish too, so humans do that, of course, not with live, live animals like that, but you can only wonder, like, maybe that's the only thing the alien could eat. And then so so that's the creepiness of it. So the whole time, yeah, you think it's going to be another monster of the week, and it is a monster of the week, just from other planets. So it's just so well written. And then they did say that this was let's see, the title of this episode is a take from a quote from the short story The Dunwich Horror by H.P. Lovecraft. The full line goes, "The old ones were, the old ones are, and the old ones shall be, not in the spaces we know, but between them. They walk serene and primal, undimensioned and to us unseen." So, yeah, you've got that creepiness, and this is why Kolchak is so scary. But it doesn't have to be. There's no graphic elements in this episode that are physically scary. It's just the tension. And then you've got all the great interactions with the police chief and Kolchak's character. He's fighting everyone. Of course, you've got the subplot of the Cubs are in the World Series again, and he's got tickets to the game, and he's trying to get to the game. But of course, the story is just so important to him that he doesn't.
He can't help himself.
He can't help himself. Yeah. So, so this. All right. So I got to read. This is trivia, but he says that the Cubs are in the World Series for the first time in 29 years. The last time the Cubs were in the World Series was 1945. This is when the episode aired. Of course, they won the World Series in 2016, which was 29 years before this episode aired. In reality, the 74 Cubs finished last in the National League East Division with a 66-96 record. They're absent from the World Series from 45 to 2016 when they won the World Series. So what didn't Back to the Future, did they predict? Who did they predict? Was it?
They predicted the Miami team, which of course at the time there was no Florida
Miami team. Yeah,
there was never a Miami team, but they predicted that. But not too long after that, there was the Florida Marlins that was close. They would do play out of Miami, right? So
yeah,
it was pretty close, and they did actually win one right around the time. It was kind of weird.
Guys, I have to issue an apology and a correction. The teleplay and the story that are listed are actually for the following episode. So now I have to ask the engineer.
Oh, they made a mistake on the.
Can you do me a favor, Mark? Can you please look up "They have been, they are, they will be," and would you please tell me who wrote it?
It'd be
Yep. So I've
Jeffrey
got that
Jeffrey Grant Rice. So Jeff Rice. No, he's not the writer of this one. Rudolph Borchardt, Borchardt, and Dennis Lyons. Borchardt. Okay.
It's safer to say it that way.
According to IMDb, it could be wrong.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that that I issued that correction, because the way that that this has been scanned, it looked as though that it was providing the credits afterwards, but it actually provides the credits before each title.
Oh, okay.
So the David Chase and Bill Stratton will be next week for the Vampire.
Okay.
Rudolph Borchardt or Borchardt is the writer. Original story by Dennis Clark. Okay, Dennis Clark. Dear Dennis Clark. Dennis Clark.
Yeah.
Good job, bud. You are a terrific short story author. I loved it.
And here's a couple of quick trivia things from IMDb. Dr. Weinstock tells Kolchak that pandas are raccoons, not bears. Well, this seems absurd to us today. At the time, there was much debate about the classification of pandas as a bear or raccoon, as it shares characteristics of both. With the advance of DNA technology, it was firmly established that pandas are members of the bear family and some of the laziest beepers out there. I hate panda bears, but don't get me started. I think they're just lazy, fat things that whatever. But that's just me. I do like Pooh Bear though. But so I've got to rewatch this episode, but so I can't really give it a grade until I watch it. But it seemed like another quality hour of great TV, and then of course you've got Dick Van Patten making an appearance. So
Yeah,
that was that's just so much fun to.
We had the great James Gregory though. Yeah.
And James, yeah. So there's a lot of great cameos.
Yeah.
We had 2 Star Trek actors in this one. Not going to keep it a score, but I always like to play
John Fiedler.
Spot the Star Trek guest star. You have
exactly.
James Gregory and John Fiedler's a regular on the show.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is good. So
what's the name of that stupid little brat? Nicholas. Yeah, that's the kid's name.
From Eight is Enough. You didn't like Nicholas?
Oh, Nicholas.
No, it's like it's just like anyway. I just remember the show. Do you know that I've not watched that show since? I remember that brat's name after how long? 45 years. That's a long time to remember that brat's name.
Yeah.
Wow. That is very nice. Calling me my brat.
I hope he's not listening.
Brogu, you're leaving. I love you, Brogu. I'm sending you a hug and a little smooch for your face. Just a little one on your cheek. Good night, sweetheart.
Brogu. Oh, and then the other trivia thing they mentioned is Monique Marmelstein appears in the episode. But, in the previous episode, they sent her back to Brooklyn in a taxi cab, from that murder, after she was overwhelmed. And they just say explanation. And she took an airplane back. The time between this episode is not specified, but some people were picking like, how could she? Why is she back? Yeah.
It's the first thing I thought of, but they need her there. But yes, that is a flaw. And when you're watching, you're like, why did they do that? But they need her because she's super annoying, right? She's the super little chubby, little chubby problem because she'll get sent to the story instead of Kolchak.
She's there to piss Kolchak off, but she's like, I don't know if she I don't know. I guess I never thought about her that much. She was there for I don't know how many episodes. 3, I think, something like that. So
she goes away?
She's only in one more, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure. Anyway, what can you do? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you started those. Good.
I did, boss. I think there's one more coming from Fee.
I'll give this one an A also. It was just such a great idea, and the execution was excellent. And again, but I mean, there's something about Darren McGavin that's always been great, and everything he's been in, he's just a terrific actor. And of course, I know a lot of people probably only know him from Christmas Story, but
that's right. Yeah,
but I've always liked him, and of course, like I said, he was the first. Steve Austin's first boss in the first $6 Million Man pilot, and then but this is what I'll always, remember him for the most. Although he was Frank Black's father on Millennium.
That's right too. Yeah.
He was great on that.
That's the show that Raquel can't watch. I think
only a couple of episodes. That second season was one of the most brilliant things ever done on television. I don't think she should watch that. No.
Yeah.
No, that is a no.
What's the thing I should avoid?
Millennium.
Okay, yeah, I won't watch it.
Chris Carter. I didn't care about the first season. I only watched it. I got talked into watching the second season. Chris Carter created the X-Files. Did it? It was a spinoff. Not really a spinoff, but I love the second season because he left to go work on the X-Files movie, and Glenn Morgan and James Wong and Darren Morgan and a couple other people took it in a completely different direction than just like a Seven ripoff. Instead of just being a serial killer show, it was like a show about the coming millennium, and it was just about apocalyptic
demons and
all kind of cool stuff. And then
I went to church a lot watching that season.
Oh man, it was messed up. There were some great ones on it though.
Okay, now I know why you guys don't want me to watch it. Hey, did you guys know that I started watching the X-Files?
Oh, really?
Oh God!
Well, you should tell us.
We didn't tell you.
I didn't tell you to. I don't want. I'm not the biggest X-Files guy.
You got to give us. You got to tell us the episode title. We'll warn you if it's one maybe you shouldn't watch.
Well, but Clubby he didn't tell me to watch it, but Clubby had said you know, that like people kind of like it and that it's okay, and that if
Oh,
you know,
yeah, has a huge fan following.
Yeah.
Me on the X-Files is this. When it first came on, it was being a baby because I was mad because Fox canceled Briscoe and put that on. And I was like, I hate Fox. Screw, I'm not watching your crap. Screw you. And then I kind of watched it a little bit. I just wasn't very into it. Then a buddy of mine, years into the show, he said, man, you got to watch it. No, leave me alone. We used to go. I got him a job at my friend's comic shop. So after we'd get off at work, I'd go pick him up. We'd go watch various things and eat dinner. And then he made me start watching. He said, just watch a handful of episodes. Watch the ones I tell you. You don't have to start from the beginning. Let me just show you a couple of hand-picked episodes. I said, all right.
Yeah.
And he picked them knowing me. He knew I would like them.
yeah,
And I did. They were great. And I still like those, but I never went back and watched the show. You know me, I don't have to watch from the beginning. So
yeah,
I like those episodes. I'm not the biggest fan of the show. And Millennium, that second season, Millennium, he and I both were hooked on. Then the third season came along and dumped all over the second season and acted like it didn't happen and crapped all over it. And I hate the third season. And we got in a bunch of fights on the Fox message boards over that. But we had some big time internet silliness going on over that. But Anonymous Gamer, hey there.
Hey,
So-
Anonymous Gamer, and thanks so much. I'm reading along, Fee.
But you might like if like I say, give it a shot. If you get into it, you might like it.
I mean, it
I
was
loved it.
okay. It was okay, but it was basically exactly what Clubby said. Like Clubby said that I would be into some episodes and some episodes I wouldn't be into. So
Could be.
the first few episodes that I watched, I was like, wow, this really sucks.
Oh,
And then like I thought it was pretty mediocre. And I was like, I'm so happy that at this same time I was watching Earth Final Conflict instead.
no, well,
Because I mean, I worked a lot of hours back then, right? And like when you're working, you don't have a lot of time to watch TV. I used to work very long hours back then. And so I just, everybody's like, how have you never watched that? Well, I grew up poor and I worked hard. And when you work, you have to work 8, 10, 12, and sometimes even 16 hours a day. That's life, right? You don't have time for TV. So I'm watching it now and it's okay. But there have been a couple of episodes that I've thought were really good. Like I enjoyed them. I forget what they're called, but it's the first couple of episodes feel kind of slow.
Well,
and now it's starting to feel like weird tales.
Well, sometimes it takes a while for the show to get rolling.
Yeah.
Any show to get rolling, and then
Fiona, I agree. The cockroach episode called "War of the Cockrophages" is a great one because it was written by Darren Morgan, who's wrote the best episodes of that Millennium. But I don't know. I guess Raquel would probably laugh at that one. I don't like roaches much, but I mean it's War of the Cockrophages. Oh my god.
Yeah, it sounds
Oh,
gross.
by the way, before we continue, let's read Fiona's review.
Yeah. Let's read Fee. I started.
but I just have to say, Raquel, if season 4,
Yeah.
do not watch the episode Home. It's probably one of the
Don't
scariest.
ever. Oh
most
my
disturbing.
god! Don't watch that one.
Okay, let me write that down.
Write it
Hold on.
down.
Don't move on. Hold on. Mark, say that again.
It was
In
banned
season
for. It was
4?
banned.
It's called
The
Home.
episode is called Home.
Holy shit.
It was banned for 3 years. It was one of the scariest. It was extremely well done episode, but you won't be able to sleep after.
Let me
you
tell
watch
you
it.
something.
Okay.
This is 20-something years. The restrictions on TV aren't like on Night Stalker. In their episodes, that will freak you out. That's all I'm saying.
Jeez, you guys.
But it's extremely well done TV. Yeah, I mean, it's,
Yeah, but if it's scary, I don't want to watch it.
but no, but
Evening
scary
Oliver-
versus gory. But that one is a little bit gory.
That
I
was
don't like gore.
Zathras. Hey, Zathras.
Ah, crap.
And Oliver Belamonte. All right, first of all, let me get Fiona's reviews that done.
Yeah.
and then
Fee.
Yeah.
Fee.
Fiona, Princess says, the atmosphere they created here is phenomenal. It combines the tangible and concrete in a mundane framework of him getting into a ball game.
Mhm.
Yes. The idea of a bone marrow sucking creature is chilling.
Yes.
Indeedishness. The lead ingots disappearing in plain sight. The lead ingots. The lead ingots disappearing in plain sight added a thrill to the tangible. Maybe everyone will know this time. Maybe everyone will know this time. Yeah, you would think because they all saw it. Then the press and the Men in Black. So much happening for 50
Yes.
minutes.
Feel liked all the same things I liked. That's good. I love it.
They let's see. Then you get the signature Kolchak humor and him fighting between his desires and his nature, much like the creature trying to get home.
Yeah.
The viewer gets a chance to put the pieces together.
Yes, the recipe. What is this recipe? What are all of these objects? What do they have in common?
Indeed, is it the light or the sound?
Mhm.
The planetarium scene was so perfect.
Creepy.
Raise the hairs on my neck.
Yeah.
You think Kolchak might get to be a hero, but he chose incorrectly, and
Yep.
now they won't listen. Yeah.
Oh, that was such a good review.
Addendum. The show was still new enough. You aren't sure if Carl will get the recognition he deserves.
Mhm.
The wrap-up narration was bone-chilling and
Mhm.
epic. A++. Greatness.
Yay! Fee,
Love it,
I
Fee.
totally agree. This is why people think short stories are so sexy, and why
Right.
science fiction does short story better than any other genre. And when it goes celluloid, delish.
Love it. It was so good. And this is such a cool show. And it shows that, look, Darren McGavin was really involved in the creative process of the show. So much so that the show did not end, as many probably think, because like a lot of shows just didn't get good ratings. They honestly felt that they didn't want to stretch something. They didn't have as many ideas that fit doing a show. That's when you got people that care about what they're doing. They're willing to say, look, we don't want to hack it out. We don't have as many ideas for the show at the time. And that was part of the reason why it got canceled, or quit. They quit making it, canceled, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
So that's pretty amazing. But as far as X-Files is concerned, Mark, did you remember an episode called Jose Chung from Outer Space?
I'm not probably not good on the titles, but I've watched every episode of X-Files. So
Charles Nelson Riley won an Emmy for it. He plays a writer named Jose Chung, who is basically, he's a science fiction writer, like a hack from wrote old pulps and all that stuff. And it's an episode written by a guy named Darren Morgan. Darren Morgan was the older or younger brother of Glenn Morgan, who was one of the producers that worked for Chris Carter of the series. And he didn't have a lot of output. He was creative. He did a lot of episodes, but there were a few that were fully credited scripts to him. But the ones that a Darren Morgan episode of that and Millennium, they're unlike any TV you will ever see. Mm-hmm. He did an episode in the second season of Millennium called Somehow Satan Got Behind Me, which was a masterpiece. And it was about these four demons all played by actors you would know, old men, actors you've seen in other stuff, that sit around the coffee shop in the morning talking about how they damn souls. And they all tell a story about how they damn souls. And it's the funniest. And it's not scary either. This one's not scary. It's funny. It's brilliant.
Okay.
And Frank Black, played by Lance Henriksen, is it's mostly about these guys, and it's a masterpiece of television. And he wrote another episode that was a masterpiece that season called Jose Chung, who was on that X-Files. He was also on Millennium, called Jose Chung's Doomsday Defense.
Okay.
And a Darren Morgan episode, the one that Fiona referenced about the cockroaches, called War of the Cockrophages. He wrote that one. Any episode that he wrote is a trip. It is mind-boggling. It's weird, but in the best of ways. And he, of course, was also a creative consultant. He wrote a couple of other ones too. Vince Gilligan, who of course later became famous for Breaking Bad, he wrote a lot of good episodes of both of X-Files with them. But again, I'm not the biggest X-Files guy, but a lot of people are, and there are a lot of people that swear by it.
I'm okay with it. Like right now, it's better than modern TV, but I don't think it's as good as like Earth Final Conflict. I don't think it's.
Oh, no. I mean,
like it's not anywhere near that window, like that window of what was created at that time. Not that I had a lot of access to it because I was just working too much. Everyone, guess who's here? The beautiful, the kind, the talented Apollonie's minion and the pepperoni, the pepperoni. Speaking of cockroach, La Cucaracha.
But Fiona, see, the thing about me with Millennium is the first season, you know that movie 7 with Brad Pitt, the serial killer movie 7? The first season, it was the great Lance Henderson was terrific on the show. He was an FBI profiler named Frank Black. He had not a psychic, but he had visions when he would see like evil when it's coming and stuff. He had visions about it. Anyway, that was first season was just like a bunch of serial killers stuff. It was like a ripoff of the movie Seven, but with some supernatural stuff. And this group called the Millennium Group, where at the time, you know, all that hysteria in the 90s about the year 2000.
Yeah, everyone's freaking out.
So they were a big group that investigated, you know, they were getting ready for the big war coming ahead with the forces of darkness. But the second season dealt more with prophecy, things about the coming millennium. It wasn't serial killer stuff anymore. What happened was Chris Carter left to go make the X-Files movie that was about to come out. And he left Glenn Morgan and James Wong in control of the show for the second season. And then when he came, he didn't pay attention at all. When he came back the third season, he was pissed off. He didn't like what they did, but fans we just loved it. We thought it was fantastic. And a crazy, really disturbing ending of the season that was like a big cliffhanger. That we go, how are they going to fix this? And then he came along and he said he didn't like what they did. He totally ignored it. He totally dropped everything they did in that season, started it over, and boy, were we pissed when we saw the first episode of that third season, because, you know, it was 1999 or whatever. You didn't really have like the internet telling you everything that was going on and stuff.
You were on your own, or
like, holy shit, he just ignored it. He threw the whole season into the garbage.
Well, I don't know. I was a pretty heavy internet user in 1999. Can I ask everyone here who bought a Y2K pack for Y2K?
I didn't.
I 100% did.
Some of my family work for, you know, firms that did make a lot of money on the Y2K bug. So
I bought the pack.
They did fix a lot of things too, but yeah.
They did. I bought the pack. I wasn't like I knew everyone was like overstating it, but I was a little bit worried because remember we had those two massive viruses right before that. What was it? The happy virus and the other one. Anyway, I forget what they were called. But Web 1.0. But I'll never forget. I did stock up. I did buy a little tiny Y2K pack. I put it in the pantry. I thought, you know, it can't do any harm to have a little bit of water and maybe some candles and some extra batteries. And, you know, in case
I have that stuff
wrong.
anyway. You know, as a scout leader, I always have MREs and, you know, propane stoves and, you know.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I did get a little bit, but not a lot. It's not like I went crazy, but yeah. Anyway, I was not over the top. I was not frightened, but I thought, you know, just in case.
Be prepared. Yeah.
A Y2K pack fee. So everyone thought, well, obviously you know that everyone feared Y2K. When the clock changed to the year 2000, everyone said that, you know, it was going to have this catastrophic cascade effect through all computers in the world, and that systems were going to shut down. And then there are those who speculated on the amount of damage that would be done. But what was worse was perhaps the speculation of how people would behave, how they would react. Would people riot and act insane? What was going to happen? Like people, you know, there were doomsday cults and things like that. So a lot of people thought, you know, like, should I stock up? Should I get like a little emergency kit? And so they were selling Y2K packs that you could get where you were fine for a week or 2 weeks or whatever. And of course, I'm somebody who has always thought that you should always have that. You know, we had a huge ice storm up here and many people died by bringing their barbecue inside the house to try and keep warm and things like that. I've always thought that you should be prepared. You know, you should have between a week and 2 weeks worth of provisions. But at that time, I just didn't have those types of provisions. I was working a heck of a lot back then. And so I actually went to the camping store. I went to Canadian Tire and I bought a little kit. I bought a Y2K pack, and I brought it home, and I thought, okay, well, you know, you're a nincompoop if you don't prepare for it at all, but you're also a nincompoop if you go overboard. So, oh, you were 10? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You are around my daughter's age. Oh my God, Fee, I love you. You can hang out with me and my offspring anytime, Fee. Yeah, I'm not a full prep, Larry. Not a full prep, but I do believe. I do believe that, but that's not prepping. Do you know what I mean? Like I know that prepping is a science,
Well, it is.
and I
Well,
know why
yes and
people
no, I mean.
prep, but I'm just saying that it's not prepping to have a week or two of provisions to take care of yourself in case something goes wrong. So yeah, I was just curious if Clobby bought anything or if you bought anything.
No. Hey, by the way, hey there, Dad Man. What's up, dude?
Dad Man.
Nah, I didn't do much prepping or anything like that, but I remember everything that went on. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Fiona. Thank you for member for 12 months. There you go. A fantastic, unremembered show. Strange Luck.
Fiona
I don't remember that one.
Fiona is a very special person. I love having her around.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not just
Strange
because of her education
Luck.
and because she's an academic, but just her personality. I love having Fee around.
Strange Luck.
I don't know that.
Why am I drawing a blank on that one? I thought I was an expert on unknown shows, but I guess I'm not.
Who was in that? And I'm goggling. I'm cheating.
Are you Googling?
American. I'm goggling. It's
Oh,
an
look at
American.
Michael
American
Beacom.
television station, Fox. Well, of course, D.B. Sweeney, Carl Schaefer, in the role of Chance Harper, who constantly stumbles onto unusual situations. The series aired from Fox from 95 to 96. Total of 17 episodes were aired before the show was canceled due to low ratings and being on Fox, and they cancel everything. Briefly shown on the Sci-Fi Channel in 97. It was initially slotted as the lead into the X-Files on Friday nights, largely shot in Canadian land, like the show which followed. Yep. So he's a Chance Harper, a freelance photographer, is afflicted with a bizarre tendency to always be in the wrong place at the wrong time. As Chance himself says, if I go to a restaurant, someone chokes. If I walk into a bank, I get robbed. Harper's strange luck began when, as a small child, he was the sole survivor of a plane crash that killed everyone else aboard, including his mother and sister. I've never seen that, but add that to the list to watch.
I never got to watch that. So,
well, you can see why Fee's brain is going in this direction, because when you start talking about Earth Final Conflict and you start talking about the X-Files, you start talking about that whole time period, that whole epoch, that whole decade or two when everything was happening here in Canada. So yeah, a lot of that stuff was being made up here. But strangely enough, I've never heard of it. But I didn't watch a lot of TV.
I'm shocked that I haven't heard of it, or at least if I did, I don't remember it. Put it like that, I don't remember it. Yeah. That's one thing I usually remember is obscure TV shows. So I'm humbled.
Yeah, and it got 17 episodes too, so it was it made it almost a season according to Fox. Yeah.
We both know that there's some shows that I'm the only one that remembers, but there's one that got body. Janet from Another Planet. Damn it, Janet! I love you, Janet. What's up?
Did you know that Interplanet Janet is a galaxy girl?
I believe she is, yes. What you doing there, Janet? How you been, my dear? Indeediousness. It is great to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael Beacom likes Strange Luck. Wow.
Some ladies here. Lovely ladies all over the place. I love it. All right. It's ladies' night. So, you didn't get a chance to read the comic, did you, Marco?
No, but I'll skim through it because I'm a comic book.
Fast
reader.
No, let's just wait until next week.
You
we
sure?
can wait till next week if you want to.
Sorry, yeah, no, I didn't
That's
get a
no
chance. I was just so
problem.
busy today. Then
it's optional.
That's okay. You're allowed. You have a. I'm a
got a real life,
sucker for ambiguous magical realism. Oh yeah. Oh, Umberto Eco, huh? Fee. Oh, Fee, you are a treasure. I love you.
Classic comics. I bet you're not serious about Man from Atlantis. I see you're not serious. I've tried to watch that show again a couple of times.
I loved it as a 10-year-old, but you're saying it doesn't replay that well as an adult?
Not well. I wasn't a 10-year-old, but I was older than that. But I was,
I was excited when that show came out.
Wow, it's Aquaman. You can't lose. He's Aquaman.
Yeah, it's Patrick Duffy.
Patrick Duffy, but he doesn't do anything in the show, and he doesn't really. On the pilot, I watched the pilot relatively well. Let's say recently, a few years back. A buddy of mine bought they put him out the Warner Archive. They put them all out, and he bought them, of course. And he buys everything. And we watched a little bit of it. I don't know.
Was it one season? Oh, 13 hours.
It was like 13 episodes.
Okay.
I give it a shot. I don't know. I mean, it was okay, I guess.
Somebody in the chat, John Platt's talking about Sapphire and Steel. I remember Sapphire and Steel. I think I watched a couple of episodes, and I vaguely remembered the Tomorrow People. Can you tell me a little bit more about it? I remember
the Tomorrow People. Tomorrow People, well, they did some later ones, but the original one from the 70s was made by the Thames. It was made by ITV, not BBC, but it was a British show.
Yeah.
They showed on Nickelodeon here, and it was about these kids, like these kids with they were sort of like I guess, and for lack of a better term, they were like mutants or whatever. But they had these jaunting belts that basically allowed them to teleport different places, and they were just fighting these they were basically I don't know. It's hard to explain because I haven't seen it in a long time. But they were almost like a super group in a sense. They had some. I think didn't they have like telepathic powers or something, some kind of mess like that? John. Anyway, Sapphire and Steel, someone has that now, don't they? Oh, J-Man wants me to watch it. J-Man,
I got
Canadian.
It. You got it. Did J-Man get it to you? Or?
I got it. I got it. Yep. But thank you to J-Man for mentioning it. Yep.
He does swim. You're right, CC. So what I'm saying is basically this about Sapphire and Steel. I love David McCallum, of course, man from Uncle Asa. I love Joanna Lumley, hubba, right? I've read so much about that show and had so many people, tell me I should watch it. And I always meant to. I remember we got some bootlegs that weren't great copies once. Maybe that was part of it. And I watched the first episode and didn't really, didn't get into it that much. I've always decided I would go back and give it a shot one day. And I promise you that day is coming soon. I'm going to go back and give them a shot and give it a few episodes. Cause it's a lot of shows. Not every show grabs you from the beginning and makes you just really excited. I've learned my lesson the hard way that I'd watch a show and not like the first episode and just tap out. You got to get, just like a comic with comics, you used to give them a few issues. You got to give the show a few episodes, usually. Some more than others. And that's one I think you got to give it a longer shot. I'm going to have to give it, now that there are copies. Back when the time I tried it, we had lousy bootleg copies. Which make a show.
Yeah, it just pulls it down. Yeah.
Well, it makes it so. Well, the thing is, it's a problem, especially if you haven't seen the show before. It's one thing to show very well, and you get some crappy copies. You can watch it anyway, maybe.
Yeah.
But Ezra wants us to review Sapphire. And said, well, here's what I can tell you, Ezra, and I appreciate that. Once I finally watch it and give it a shot, if I really like it a lot, promise it will. If it's something that I really get into, I'll review it. If not, then I might just talk about it. For example, while a lot of shows, we'll review a show. We're reviewing all of Trek, so we decided what good and the bad and the ugly, as Raquel calls it. So if we dislike an episode of Voyager or Deep Space Nine or TNG or even the original series, we've committed to reviewing the whole package on Star Trek, Saturday Star Trek, right? But on the Clubhouse, where we review other stuff like Blake 7, the only reason we're reviewing it is because I love it. If I didn't love Blake 7, there would be no point. We're reviewing Night Stalker because I love it, right? So, and we review, these Trek comics are a little bit different, but for the most part, if we review a show, it's got to be something we're all excited about and love it. So, if I get into it and really, really like it a lot, hey, it could happen. Oh, thank you, RRT and Z for the super chat. He says, "Sky was the color of TV tuned to a dead channel." Color of TV. Okay. Well, thank you, RRT and Z. I appreciate that. RRT and Z, I mean. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And RT and Z just started streaming now, too.
He did.
Yeah, you said he had your first video, so I got to try to find
a video
your
or
channel.
Streaming?
Video. I think it was a video, wasn't it? Or and your channel RT and Z, is it your hand? Obviously, your handle on YouTube. So let me see.
Thanks, Fanty.
Hey, can
Good
I
night,
jump
Chris.
in here?
To share.
Yeah,
Good night,
Chris
Chris.
is leaving. Chris,
Good night,
can you
Chris.
give your dad a little smooch for me, please?
Good night, buddy.
And thank you for everything, sweetheart. The show poster was beautiful, and I just love you very much. Sleep sweet, honey, and I'll see you on Saturday, okay?
Good night, buddy. Never tell a man to smooch. Never tell a man to smooch his dad. What are you trying to do here?
He does smooch his dad. You gotta go over and give your dad a little kiss on the forehead.
No man
especially
does
when your
that.
dad's. Yeah, lots of guys do that.
Well, you know,
You never kiss your dad on the forehead, even though your dad's super old.
It's kind of a European thing too. It's a European thing.
I was just picking on Raquel. I don't care. I'm just
okay.
Yeah, but
Claudia, you better kiss your papa. You better give your papa
no way.
a nice little kiss on his head and tell him that you love him.
We don't do that. I tell him I love him all the time. I don't get a candle.
Do you hug him?
Yeah. Well, so,
Give
it's happened.
a hug.
It's happened. We're real men around here.
I'm so happy Mark is European like I am because it makes no sense to me. Go hug your papa.
What was okay. What happened? Okay.
Oh, we're done with the Night Stalker, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not hugging him. What's wrong with you?
I'm gonna send you shin kicks. Do you want to get rovered? I will rover you.
Yes.
You want to wake up on a beach? Huh? We'll change your attitude, mister.
I would like to be on the beach, yes. But the beach whales jokes will be there, but I'll take it.
See this super manly man in the chat, Stephen Mack. He says it happened by accident once. Stephen Mack, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I love you.
Let's see. Clobby, sorry, mate. That was not apropos. I thought we were sharing sci-fi stuff there. That's the opening of the Neuromancer Cheers. That's okay.
All good,
I appreciate it.
Good night, John. Thank you for being here.
Good night, John. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're going to save yourself some money by leaving now.
Hang on.
Enabling.
Princess Peach still loves the sound of Clobby's voice. Oh, that's your doggy? That's a doggy, right? Oh. Hello, Princess Peach. No, come on. You're probably torturing that poor doggy by making it listen to me.
No,
how dare you?
My dogs love you too. That's why they can't be in the room with me while I'm streaming because they want to talk to you. Oh, especially Paco. The minute Paco hears Clobby, that's it.
I hate my voice. I hate my damn voice. They can have it. That's
Santy.
What's that? What?
You never walked over and gave your dad a little smooch on his head? Oh,
My
your
dad
dad's not
thought
old
I was
yet.
insane. He took measures to neutralize that threat. There you go. Nah.
Americans.
Well, see, it's like, because growing up with my dad, you always did the 2 kisses on the cheek, and then or you did 3. And that's men do that, So I remember one time I did that to my Uncle Jack, and he looked at me like, "What the hell is your problem?" I'm like, "Sorry, Uncle Jack."
That's base politeness in Europe.
Yeah, usually when you're Europe, you do it, and I do it with my son sometimes. But
hey, I hug my friends and my brothers and stuff, and my dad. Yeah, I mean, you grab, you walk up the movies, you walk up, hey man,
half hug.
Yeah, you put the half hug. You go stand
hug,
next
not
to
the
him.
Full hug.
And you put
I
your
call
arm
that
around
the
him.
church hug.
Right. That's
the church hug.
Real men do it this way.
Hug.
You walk up like when I see my friends this weekend, and I only see like 2 or 3 times a year. I walk up, hey man, what's up? And you make it, you shift, and you just like standing next to them, and then you put your arm around them and say, "Stop, dude!" And it's like a fake, like a quick. It's not like it's a manly hug. It's sort of like a hug. It's not a real hug. No
smooching is happening.
Yeah,
like you didn't smooch Steve Mitchum when you saw him today.
No, but you're taking it too far. Right. When your parents get old and frail, you should make sure that you give them a little smooch on their forehead. And did you know that where you kiss someone, actually, it imparts the type of messaging and the kind of love you feel for them? And kissing someone on the forehead is a sign of showing that you care for them and you want to
No.
protect them. And when they get super
Yeah.
old and frail, don't deny yourself the opportunity
Oh, well,
to
yeah, but he's like sitting in a chair and can't move on his own. But no. By the way, that is absolutely.
You're gonna wait till he can't move on his own.
Yeah. Oh, that's different.
Clubby!
He's a man now. I'm not going to treat him like an invalid. Clubby has actually, that's an understatement, Larry. My face is so ugly. Radio slaps me when I see it.
That's not true. I've seen Clubby. Clubby is not even slightly ugly.
Oh, I'm a big fat ugly pig.
He is not.
It's so true. Look, reality's reality. You can admit things about yourself. It's not going to kill anybody. I mean,
Would you shut up, dumbass. That's it. Somebody Rover Clubby right now. He is not ugly.
She called me a dumbass. That is progress. I love you for that. I want to clip that. Who's going to clip that for me?
Listen to me. Stop talking that way about yourself.
Oh, where's the double dumbass clip?
oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to do this to you now. You've earned it.
You're a dumbass.
Double dumbass on you.
I love that. Was the greatest thing I've ever heard in my life.
GT Kirk, you have to go and look up body science, and they have a lot of body language science where they've done studies that they can be attributed to different feelings. Lisa!
Hey, Lisa.
So, like, if you kiss someone on the cheek, it's a sign of friendship. If you kiss someone on the nose, it can be associated with thinking that they're cute. When you kiss someone on the forehead, it's usually because you're feeling protective over them and like they're vulnerable or like you care for them. Kissing someone on the neck, of course, is well, it can be considered sexual. And kissing someone on the eye, usually parents do that to their children. It could be it could be the deepest sign of love. So when your children are quite small, you'll often see a mom or a dad kissing their small children on their eyes or their nose and things like that. So there's a whole science behind it. I haven't actually read about it in a couple of decades, but it's worth going and having a look at. And yes.
So what
happened to poor Rudolph when he gave that girl reindeer a kiss?
What does kiss my grits mean?
Well, that depends upon how you define grits.
No, I suggest you don't kiss grits. You just eat them. But I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't.
What is a grit?
When Flo on Alice says, "Kiss my grits,"
kiss my grits, male charbo.
Yeah, you don't want to kiss those grits because I don't think those are the grits you think they are.
I do like grits though.
Yeah.
Yeah, grits are cool. I used to eat grits. So I could eat some grits right now, actually. But but they're not good for you.
I've never had grits.
Really? No,
that's good stuff. Yeah.
Oh, you should have grits. They're great.
No, shrimp and grits are good. Yeah.
Oh, you got to ruin grits. What's wrong with you? No. You just put butter and salt on them, and I
remember the first time we were down south with my daughter, college visiting, and she was a vegetarian at the time, and so she's like, "Oh my God, these grits are so awesome!" The first southern restaurant we went to, she's like, "Do you think they'll have them in another place down here?" Like, yeah, Nicole, you're not gonna have a problem finding grits down in the south down here. Don't worry about it. She loved them. Yeah.
Okay, so I looked up a short list, and of course this is not a comprehensive list, but just so that you guys know, I don't normally do this, but I just want you to know that there is an actual science to this. So the peck is a quick, light kiss on the lips or cheek, and this is often used as a greeting or a farewell. The forehead kiss, this is a tender and affectionate kiss on the forehead. It is often used to show that you care and that you support. And I've also read in other studies that it is a form of protection. So when you kiss someone on the forehead, you want to protect them. This is something that you would do to somebody who's very aged, somebody who is ill. The cheek kiss is a friendly gesture. What is this? The butterfly kiss, the Eskimo kiss. And then, of course, there's lip kissing, and neck kissing, and French kissing, and bite kissing, and all different sorts of. Yeah, there are lots of different types of kissing. Anyways, I'm just
Going to
saying.
confession again now.
Oh, Mark. Anyways, just saying that you
Right.
make sure that you, even if you're very manly, I don't care how manly you are, you can check and see if anyone is around you. But if your father is older than 80 years of age, every time you see him, you should give him a little kiss on the top of his head or on his forehead. And you should say, Pops, I love you. And then you can punch him as hard as you want. Well, not too hard. You don't want to break the old man. And then you walk away. And you know how good your dad will feel? And do you know how good you'll feel when you do that with your dad?
Trust me, I know my dad. He won't. I always say I love you, and he says I love you. We say that forever.
Okay, good. Do you kiss your mama?
Yeah, sometimes. This is my mom. On the forehead stuff.
Do you
like
tell
that,
her?
yeah.
Oh, you kiss her on the forehead.
On
Good
the
boy.
Cheek, on the cheek sometimes. Yeah, whatever.
Good.
Sometimes. But she's my mom. That's different.
JT Kirk says, Raquel, you're not talking about ass kissing. No, ass kissing's bad. Brown nosers.
The hell's wrong with you people? All right, enough kissing. If I had more kissing talk, I'm gonna. What am I gonna do? If I had more kissing talk.
Your agonizer, please.
Get those nerds! 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 What?
Crazy.
Here we go. Here's some enabling for you.
Yeah. What?
So it's clayguy.com.
Get out of here!
And I guess he's someone who goes to cons and stuff.
His head looks weird.
But that's his style. So you can get he's got a whole series of things. But I was just Googling like Kolchak figures to see if there are any Kolchak figures.
Is that Vincenzo?
Yeah.
Simon Oakland.
Yeah.
And he's got the I guess the Strangler, or is it the no, that's the
that's
the Stalker. That's the vampire.
Vampire, yeah.
That's a vampire.
Wow, it's got the Strangler.
Richard Malcolm, yep.
Malcolm. Some of these are spoilery because they're from the episodes leading up to.
Well, why are you doing it?
Well, it's not. I mean, it's not. I mean,
I'm just saying.
Some of the show's 50 years old. I mean,
by the staircase. Get out of here. Get out of town.
So you can just like Kolchak.
Take your shadow and be goneth. Just go. Go. Take your shadow and go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was. It was a movie that the Raquel's never going to watch. Nah, it's kissing again. You don't want to hear that.
Yeah, kissing. Yeah,
The Princess Bride is so bad.
Is this a kissing book?
Oh, it's so bad.
I tried to watch it twice. It was so cheesy.
It's a kissing book.
It almost broke my cringe muscles.
Oh my god! Oh, I just earmuffs right now. I can't. Inconceivable.
You said seriously? You said twice?
I tried to watch twice.
Oh
wow! Oh my goodness!
That's one of the greatest movies.
She's not alone. What about Gillian Anderson? Yeah.
Oh, she looks terrible.
Yeah.
She looks like something out of like the horror.
I do have. Don't show it. She didn't need to see the Fluke Man episode either.
Yeah, don't watch the Fluke Man episode.
Well, I do have one question for you though. Number one.
What, boss?
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Just a question.
No.
Okay, you don't then. I just needed to know, and I wanted, to ask it correctly.
We're gonna play so many Dumb and Dumber and Princess Bride quotes, you'll feel like you've seen the movie anyway. But
yeah, have you ever sat through all of Dumb and Dumber? No. About Evil. I mean, not Evil Dead. It was Army of Darkness. You'd like Army of Darkness.
You'd like Army of Darkness.
You could handle that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll try it.
Well, put it to you like this:
couple of eye closes.
The first two movies is sort of tied into this Evil Dead trilogy, but not, even though it's the same character, because it's more of an adventure. No, wait, I'm taking it. No, don't watch it. I take it back.
Army of Darkness you could watch, except for a couple of. I think so.
Don't. Trust me. Remember, he's the guy trying to get you to watch.
He made me watch that
Princess
stupid
Bride.
Sandman show.
No, he didn't make you watch that one.
He did. It's his fault.
Oh shit! Hey, look at the Buck Rogers ship.
So this
Mark.
is
I love him like a brother, but I will forever blame him for mentioning that stupid show.
I didn't watch it yet. I didn't know how good it would be or bad.
No, but you mentioned it, and I thought, okay, well, if Mark's gonna watch it, I'm gonna
Well,
go
I
watch
like
it.
the
And I
Sandman
watched
comic.
it, and then I was like, what? And the HE double hockey
And
sticks
it's kind
am
of
I
a
watching?
gothic, sort of a
Damn it,
gothic,
Mark.
you know, mythology. I thought, it'd be right in your wheelhouse, but I didn't know what they were gonna do to it. So this is
Terrible.
this model. This
Look
is
at that
called
Buck Rogers.
Alan Rivard. So if you Google him, and he's got a Facebook page, but I don't want to show him from
Yeah.
Facebook because then you have to be on my Facebook to see it.
Oh yeah, well, don't do that.
But his store is on Facebook, so you can DM him, I guess. And I've got to buy. He's got the what's he got here?
The Viper
from
Star
UFO.
Fury. Oh my God, Interceptor.
Yeah, he's got the
What?
Interceptor, so it's a 3D print.
Oh my God. Oh my
So
God.
I'm gonna make some interceptors, yeah. So because I got my new 3D
Oh
printer.
my God. Oh my God.
You
why
got
are
a new 3D
doing this?
printer?
Yeah,
My
I got a new
brain
3D
is gonna
printer. Yep, a
explode.
resin one. Yep. So you can do the details are much
There's
better.
a Star Fury
me
from
see, let
Babylon
me see.
5.
Well, just type into the search
Oh,
engine. Just
look
go
at the land.
UFO.
Look at the
Up at the
land
top.
speeder.
Just go up there.
Well, here
and
I'm
hit
gonna go. I
search.
have the next one. I have it. Here's the where it's showing.
Wow.
Here's the UFO, but it's on
Wow.
Facebook, so I can't. So it's Alan Rivard
Want me
Model
to
Shop.
go look for it?
Yeah, but if you want to show it, because I don't want to show my Facebook because I don't have all my. I don't. Then you dox yourself, but although
don't
people
dox
probably
yourself,
figure
please.
Well, everyone knows my name, and they know your
everyone
name.
knows
too,
your
don't
name.
they?
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
yeah. But
Everybody knows your name. Wait a minute. Doesn't everybody know your name at this point?
Probably,
Who?
but I don't have my Facebook set up as like I got it. Should do like a show Facebook to
What
keep
am I
like
looking
family
for?
and stuff separate. Alan Alan Rivard
Spell?
model shop.
No,
ALAIN.
it's Elaine. It's
Elaine, yeah.
LAIN,
what's that? Okay.
and then
Yeah.
Rivard. RIVARD.
Model shop. There.
Yep.
Oh, righty then.
What you got, honey? Show me.
It's 40 smack rolls to buy that. And he's extremely talented. But these, of course, are the models that you're buying to 3D print. So, unless you have a 3D printer, they're not going to do you any good.
All right, let's see. Nice X-wing.
That's a very nice X-wing.
Is it on this page? Oh, look at
that.
that.
Be on that page.
Well, let's just look
2001.
at all of them. Can we just look at all of them?
Yeah, sure. This
Look
is
at this is so
looks like
sexy.
there's a beautiful X-wing. This is what is this? Oh, this is from
What the heck is that?
I
can't figure out what that's from.
But this looks like from 2001.
That's 2001, yeah.
Oh wow, look at the
looks like
Viper.
UFO.
This
That's
is Viper
original
right
Viper.
Yep. Wow.
Well, let's see. Star Wars stuff, Viper. Oh, I love the land. I love the snow speeder. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's cool. Whatever it is. It's on this page, you sure?
I mean, yeah, and there's also I think there's a link to a shop at the top where you can like see all the models.
Okay, is there?
Yeah,
Oh
there
yeah,
might be
could
something at the
we
top.
reach
Yeah, if
for
you
further
click.
comment. I would love a
Or I would
Cylon Raider, but UFO, that's cherry, baby. Cherry.
All right, let's see.
Or you could search.
Oh, wow, there you go.
There.
Oh my goodness.
40 smack,
Jeez.
which is
40?
cheap.
That's not bad.
Well, think of the hours and hours he spent modeling this.
Yeah, but it's
yeah, and
beautiful. Does
detail.
it come with stickers? Are you going to paint it? What are you going to do to it?
Well, it comes with nothing. It's just the files. You have to do it
You
totally
gotta
from
print.
scratch.
Yeah, you gotta print the stickers.
You got to
out,
make it
so.
from
Oh,
scratch.
so does this guy take orders?
No, he's just selling the files, the 3D files.
He doesn't take orders.
I don't
no.
think so. I don't
There are
think
guys
so,
that do that
Poopy
though.
pants.
There are guys that do that, but yeah.
Some people
What a
do, or you
poopy
could
pants.
hire someone to print it. But no, he does a gorgeous
Files.
job on I mean, just the
Oh,
hours and
that's
hours
why.
to detail. Look, so click that lower picture, which shows all the parts on the UFO model. So go back and can you click that? So
Wow.
that you have to print all that
Get
separately
out
and
of
paint
here.
it, put it together. Then you've got to make this. You've got to print the stickers, and then you also have to mold the glass if you want to have a glass windshield. So and if you keep going to the right, it'll show you, or click the arrow to the next photo. I think he shows you a finished one there, and or maybe it was the guy in the chat.
You know
that
what I
had
hear in my head
That's
right
big.
now?
What?
Weenie,
pretty big.
weenie.
Okay, so he doesn't have the finished one there, but I guess in the chat he was showing a finished one. But it's it's pretty damn gorgeous, and he helps
sexy.
you. He helps you with it, and if you have a question or something, so he's very responsive. But and support all these independent creators and that do these.
I'd love to have a Liberator, and I'd love to have an Interceptor. I'd love to have anything from Shadow, really.
Look at that Buck Rogers Starfighter.
Yep.
Imagine having Skydiver.
Oh,
Could
yeah.
you imagine?
There's a Skydiver.
Incredible.
Get out of here. He has Skydiver?
Wow. Yeah, I think he's got Skydiver and he's got the Nautilus. And I found a Skydiver online.
Wow.
Thingiverse, there was a Skydiver online too. Yep. But he's amazing. Yeah. He's just great details in his work. Yep.
Very cool.
Oh no. Michael Beacom is leaving. He says, "Hey guys, morning comes even earlier for me now. I have to force myself to bed. See you on Saturday." Michael Beacom.
Good night, buddy.
Hi, Michael Beacom.
You are such an amazing person, and I'm so happy that you are friends with us. Give Cassandra a kiss for me, please. Let her know that we all said hello, and we'll see you on Saturday. Thank you so much for being here.
Good night,
thank
Michael.
you for all of your help tonight.
Good night, Michael.
Have a good one. Oh boy.
This I almost bought, but I didn't because I have this, but just not signed. But this is the press kit from Wrath of Khan. Since I collect everything Wrath of Khan. But this sold only for 100 smackrels. It looks like. I mean, and thing on eBay, you don't know if the signatures
Leonard Nimoy
real enough. That looks like a signature to me. They have a signature.
The L looks right. Can you go back? Thanks.
Yep, back. Yep.
The thing I don't like about it though is that Leonard Nimoy usually puts his name side by side.
He does.
But
usually
the N looks good. Just stop moving it.
I'm sorry.
The N
got the jitters.
The N looks good. The Y is going in the wrong direction. He likes to curl the other way, and he usually does his name side by side. But the L looks good. The N looks good. The Y is going the wrong direction. I don't know. You'd have to get it verified.
Well, I'm going to pull out my signature of Leonard Nimoy.
Giving yeah, because I doubt it's authenticated.
Probably not authenticated.
Well, it'd be tough to authenticate, wouldn't it?
Yep. Well, no, there are signature experts. You could probably, even if you took it to a pawn shop, they'd be able to authenticate it for you.
Because a certificate wouldn't do any good. I mean, they fake those all the time.
They do. It's a fake.
It's a fake.
It's a fake.
Let me see here. Let me look at the signature. Yeah, you're right, Raquel. He does it and all together.
He always does it together. Well, not always, but he usually does it together. And I do have to say that the Y is going in the wrong direction. So when Leonard is writing his name, I can't believe I just said is. I can't believe he died. Anyway, when Leonard signed his name, the Y usually goes in and it stops, and he doesn't usually do a flick tick. He usually does a dot. He does like a sexy dot with the felt. He goes boop!
over the I. Yep, I'm looking at it right now. Yep. Well, here, let me show my.
Oh, you want to show yours? Yeah.
Well, I'll show my
I know his signature. I'm not a handwriting expert or anything like that, but I do know Leonard's signature, and there are a few elements about it that stand out that I can talk about. I guess.
Let me.
The loop is also really open in the L, and Leonard's L is usually the top loop is closed a little bit more than that.
Yeah, but someone doing forgeries would get a lot closer than one would think, I guess. But that's crazy. mean, a forger would get like, in other words, if it deviates so much, some people. I mean, I could say my name 50 million times and it would look close, but sometimes it varies depending upon your mood and how fast you're trying to go.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Yeah, Larry, it is more like the L on Laverne and Shirley. Yep, it is. That's what I was saying earlier. Larry noticed it right away, and yeah, that is a part of his signature. The top doesn't usually have an enormous loop like in that pack you're going to buy. The press kit.
I better put this back in my. I've got someday I've got to do a shadow box on all my Wrath of Khan stuff from
You
that
have
night.
to stop touching this stuff until you get it in a shadow box, dude. Don't make me come down there.
Well, I do have it in a protective envelope, and I actually
do you have your little paintbrush?
I do have my
you
little.
Dusted all of our friends lately?
No, he has not.
I'll never forget when we first started hanging out like 3 or 4 years ago. And I was giving you the gears about dusting all your dudes. And then you took up that makeup brush or paintbrush that you grabbed from your wife or your daughter. and you're like, look, get off my back. I have a brush. Oh.
Well, the clubhouse is random, right? So there's my latest creation was the Jake and Elwood Lego figures. I just printed. Well, I printed those years ago and never finished them. So I finally finished those because there's all you wouldn't realize it, but there's a lot of sanding. None of the pieces fit together well when you 3D print things because of the just the nature of the 3D printer. So like to fit the white pieces and the tie and the mouth and the it's always a struggle. Finally finished that. So.
Fatty.
But
I love you guys.
I guess whenever you buy something on eBay, obviously you don't, the signature, you hope it's legitimate, but how, you got to trust the person. That's why this probably went. That's why it only went for $100. But this is a very cool. Very cool. I actually have that in my drawer that I just pulled out of. But this is if you're a Wrath of Khan fan,
you can. Hey, that's great.
This is great to really a great piece of memorabilia to have. So it's the press kit, and they have a description of the show and all. I think I've shown these on Saturday Night.
Yeah, I think
before. So. Yeah,
very cool
great photos. Yep.
Did we get to Oliver Belamonte? I
said hello to Oliver. Oh, do we have a question?
No. He posed
one of
his brilliant questions, and I started.
Okay, I'm sorry, Oliver. Here we go. Shall I do the honors, or would you like to?
Yes, please. Go ahead, boss.
Raquel, which current streaming and adapted sci-fi TV shows are you tempted to watch? H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds from BBC, Isaac Asimov's Foundation, or Philip K. Dick's The Man in the High Castle, if any? Any answer there?
My answer for this one is I did watch The Man in the High Castle. I thought it was okay. It was a little bit better than good. Isaac Asimov's Foundation is not Isaac Asimov's Foundation. I don't know what in the FUCK that is, but it is not Foundation. I watched like the first episode and a half. I don't even know anymore how much of it I watched. It could have been close to 2 episodes. And I was like, this is SHIT on a cracker. So I was like, this is not the series I love. So I ditched it. And War of the Worlds from BBC. Of course, you know that I love H.G. Wells. I have many, many, many of his books and different types and copies of different stories. I love him that much, especially the academic ones, the Little Penguin academic versions. But I don't know if I have watched the BBC series, and now I'm going to go and look it up tonight.
I've heard not good things about it from people who've seen it.
Oh, okay.
That's a new one, right?
I've heard it's infested with certain modern day sensibilities, if you know what I mean.
They wrecked my book.
I don't know that for sure. I haven't watched it. I'm being, to be fair.
You're just warning me.
But I've had people tell me who wanted to watched it a couple years back, but I think it's been out for a few years now, I guess, that have said that it really disappointed them because of that. Now, again, Oliver may like it. I don't know if Oliver's seen it or not, and others may like it. I'm not condemning it. I'm saying that I have heard not so good things about it.
Well, Oliver, you never
Oliver,
know
you
what
talk-
Oliver is thinking or what Oliver is feeling, but I'll tell you one thing about Oliver. He knows how to get us all talking. So, Clobby, did you want to answer that question as well? And Mark?
I haven't seen any of it, and there's nothing I've wanted to watch of any of those. So
Okay, and what about you, Mark? Mark?
Yeah, so I did start watching the man from the high was it
Castle?
High Castle. Thank you.
Yeah,
And that's that was a book first, wasn't it? Or
I believe so.
Philip
Yeah.
K. Dick, yeah, it was either a short
I'm not
story.
sure
yeah.
if it was a book or a short story. Just let me go and look.
Yeah, usually within their
Yeah.
short stories, aren't they?
yeah. So I
He's
started
written
watching
books.
it and then fell off of it. I thought it started okay, but it just didn't grab me. But I know there's a lot of fans of that show. Then maybe I'll get back to it at some point because I liked the concept. It was interesting, but it just didn't grab me. What were the other shows? I'm trying to see the
Foundation, and apparently there's a new adaptation of War of the Worlds, H.G. Wells.
I did not
Yeah,
watch either of those.
BBC.
And I heard how bad you said Foundation was, and
Oh,
just
it
gonna
was so
try a few-
bad.
just gonna try a few. I think that was Apple TV, right?
Yep.
Apple TV. But I would highly recommend For All Mankind for people, and might be a show Raquel might like, but it's combines the geek nerd space.
Yeah, but
stuff.
Elaine didn't like it.
I love. Oh no, if I'm talking For All Mankind. For All Mankind.
Oh,
I'm
didn't
recommending.
Elaine say?
Huh?
Didn't Elaine say that there was lots of smoochy on that?
Well, there's a little smoochy. There's
Elaine?
some stuff in For All Mankind.
Oh, sorry, I knew her before she had like that massive channel, so now that's how I think of her. But she's
okay.
a beautiful person.
Oh, Nerd Cookies. Okay,
Nerd
yeah,
Cookies.
Okay, so,
Okay,
Nerd Cookies.
yeah.
I
There is
absolutely
some
love her.
smooch-
Like she gets annoyed by smoochy like I do. Like she's an actual nerd, and I
Yeah.
love her. Like she is a nerd, and she doesn't try to pretend that she's anything else. And she was sickened by the smoochy, and so I was like, God, I love you, girl.
But the
Anyways.
smoochy does fit into the plot, and it's not a useless smoochy. And you can also fast forward. There was some stuff in season 2 I didn't like about that, but season 3 really ends on an amazing note, and season 4 has been great so far. Got renewed for season 5, and they're going to do a spin-off show on, with the Russian characters on the other side. But it's just the space stuff is just so phenomenal. It's just so good, and the relationships and it's well written. There are a couple of lines that got me, but what's not going to get you something?
No. I
Overall,
really
it's
trust Elaine.
well. You could trust me though. You could trust
she
me.
said that the show was good, but then it went smoochy, and I'm
Yeah,
just
but
telling
season
you
3
that when
goes
you're
away from the
dealing with
smoochy.
if you're dealing with Fiona, if you're dealing with Raquel, if you're dealing with Elaine from Nerd Cookies, you are dealing with actual nerds who do not like any of the weird smoochy. We will accept the smoochy, just not in our
season
science
1.
fiction.
Watch season 1. You'll love season 1. Skip season. Skip. I'll tell you which episodes to skip in season 2. That's why I said you might like
hockey. Keep your tonsil
What-
hockey
what-
to
Kiss
yourself.
in real life.
What about when
we just
what
spent
about-
20 minutes talking about kissing before?
What about when Kurt gets some? That's okay,
Yeah.
isn't it?
No, that's good. That's good. Oh,
Okay.
Fee. I love you, Fee.
Put you to
Bro,
sleep.
mankind put me to sleep.
Oh my god, I was on the edge of my seat a couple of those episodes when they're doing the rescue missions, and wow. All right, anyway, but I really like that show.
Okay, now I
and
have to
love
watch
the
it to
tech
figure
stuff.
out if the nerd girls are correct or if the geek guy is correct.
Well, see,
will
the good
check.
thing was I could watch it with my much better half because it had some of the smoochies and relationships. It was a good combo.
There you go.
It didn't go
Kryptonite.
overboard on the smoochy, in my view.
It's gross. The tonsil hockey, the bumping of uglies.
Hockey.
Does not belong in science fiction.
I mean, yeah, but it's part of life. So sometimes
Yeah.
It
things
is part of life.
things
but
have to happen in a story that
in science fiction, when they do it, it usually
Right.
turns out to be so cringy that you break multiple parts of your body trying to get through it, especially when it's like super nasty, cringy.
Yeah, but I think
Mm.
yeah,
I
if
think
it's
you like
important,
the
if it's
lead
pertinent to
character.
the story, Yeah, but so you're saying there's some soap opera stuff in it.
Well, this is what Elaine said, and then
But,
of
yeah.
course I trust her because she and I have very similar taste, and because she's not a geek, she is a full-blown card carrying nerd. And so when she was on there and she was like, I don't like the smoochy, I forget which words she exactly used, but she doesn't like the romance crap, and neither do I. Not in my science fiction anyway.
Picasso.
Picasso.
But it's telling the story of the astronauts too, so it's
Man.
not just it's not just like the space mission. It's not like just Apollo 13. It's some of it did get to me, but it's not overly smoochy. It's tolerable, but there are similar, and there are some.
You're a closet
great
romantic.
Maybe I love the Princess Bride, but yeah, there are.
Maybe you watched the Princess Bride and you liked it. You are a closet romantic.
I love that movie, and I'm not even a romantic. I am a romantic, but that's not why I loved it.
You are a romantic too.
I am, but that's not why I love that movie. I love Princess Bride because it was clever and fun.
Yeah.
The second I see Tongues, I'm out of there. But Mark, on the other hand, Mark will put him on his pizza and eat it.
Yeah.
It's actually, most of the movies, not the romance stuff starts off the movie. It's the catalyst for it, but the rest of the time they're not together.
I got
to the end.
Yeah,
so
there's no smoochy. Yeah, but all right. So give For All Mankind a shot. You may or may not like it, but if you can fast forward the smoochies, but the technical sci-fi stuff or the Apollo program, and they go into the future. They keep going forward in time, and the take is what happened to the Soviet Union. Landed on the moon first, and the U.S. is trying to catch up. So the space race basically never ends. It's like all out, space race. And all these developments and technologies that we get. Oh, it's very cool. And the other thing, I did just finished watching Fallout. I thought episode 4, was it 4 or 5? I think 5 was the high point. It kind of slowly slid down. It wasn't terrible, but the Maximus character.
I watched it.
I just didn't like that Maximus character at all.
Nemesis,
you watch Fallout?
You will not lose me, because I don't mind the smoochy if it can be done correctly. If it is like Kirodo, and you obviously know what the portmanteau is.
Yeah,
if it's Kirodo and it looks like a mama bird feeding her baby bird, and you instantly have this urge to herk, like you want to gag, well then you know that it's gross. But
not everybody knows what Kirodo. Not everybody knows what Kirodo means. That means Kira and Odo on DS9, just so you'll know.
Yeah, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
You crack me up, girl. I love you.
It's grody. It's grody to the back, man.
Yeah, no, that's not. And you'd like the main character in For All Mankind. He's a very alpha male. He's like Rip in space in some ways.
What? There's a Rip? Maybe this is why Elaine wants to watch it again.
Tell me this.
Did you hear about Alan Richson?
Yeah, he made me sick. I mean,
yeah, we can't want to talk about that here, but
weenie head.
Right, we don't do. If we were, I don't do politics here, but he did piss me off, and I think it's a shame he did that.
We can't talk about politics, but what a gigantic weenie head!
Absolute weenie, and it's a shame because I don't know if I want to watch Reacher anymore now.
Yeah, I don't think I want to reach around anymore either. Yeah,
I'm not doing it. I'm not watching it because of how insulting and ridiculous it is, especially how he spoke that way.
Very demeaning to people. That's the one thing. It's not okay to have a disagreement and have respectful dialogue, but very, very demeaning. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Let's answer some questions here because I got one Raquel will like from Fanti.
Okay.
He says, has Raquel seen the movie, or better yet, the comics? That's debatable. Of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Movie was okay, despite the odd choice from Minute. I mean, I know you like that movie, so I wanted to ask you.
Okay, well, first of all, Amina Harkness, for me, that's La Femme Nikita. So that was
I thought she was
home run for me. And the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, La Femme Nikita is like a massive Canadian show.
Right.
But the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is one of the finest films I think that has ever been created. I know many critics will not agree with me, but it was only after I met Clobby that I understood why that happened. But I fell in love with it when it came out, and I watched it over and over and over and over again because you have to understand something. That movie represents a whole bunch of books that I have read that I am in love with. So the fact that all of those books that I read with all of those characters in them, the fact that they came together in a film freaked me out. I had no idea about the comics. That wasn't something until I met Clobby, and Clobby taught me about that. Because you all know I didn't read comics and didn't know anything about comics before I met Clobby. And now Mark can be included in that because Mark's also getting me involved with it because we're doing it on the Clubhouse. But that is when he taught me about the crazy guy who looks like a vampire in real life, who came up with this idea of slapping them all together.
Alan Moore.
Alan Moore, I think that's the guy's name.
Yes, Alan Moore. Actually, he kind of stole the idea from elsewhere. Like he did a lot of stuff, but he did something different with it. But here's the thing, Fanti. Even though Raquel does read some Star Trek comics with us now, I would never want her to read that comic. The first miniseries is pretty good. It's okay. And the Kevin O'Neill art, I like Kevin O'Neill personally. I like his art. It's kind of weird. It's not for everybody. The story idea and all of it is Moore does a nice job with it, but it's so far more hardcore than the movie told. That's why a lot of people really trash that movie. I really enjoyed the movie. I like it. But a lot of people were pissed off about them not being particularly faithful to the comic book. Thing is, the comic was ripping off everything anyway. So it didn't matter.
Because it's all the books I read.
Right. The comic book was ripping, and Moore was ripping other things anyway. He was taking other characters from books that they were allowed to use because they were all pretty much, most of what they used in the comic was public domain stuff. And he stole that idea.
He did.
Good night, JT Kirk.
JT Kirk, thank you for joining us.
He stole that idea from Walt Newton and all the Philip Jose Farmer stuff. It's like, he may as well have called himself Philip Jose Farmer when he wrote it. Not a knock, because the comic was popular. I liked it. It was so popular for a direct sales straight to comic shops only comic that it's amazing that a movie got made. And I like the movie a lot. It is a more of a traditional popcorn film. The first miniseries was it had some rough stuff in it, but the second miniseries is pretty, boy, there's some stuff in there. I won't go into what those things that happened. And then after that, that was both in the 90s, right? Then after that, in the 2000s, when he started doing more with the thing, like, let's see, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen Black Dossier, which was a big hardcover he did, is one of the most disturbing, sickening. It got him in a lot of trouble too, by the way.
Yeah.
Then he did he added a couple of other things to the series. His other comics of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen based are insane. And that's where he really, some of the craziest and not in a good way stuff, because he used to be crazy in a good way, that he was brilliant. But anyway, but some people might not agree with that. And I'm the biggest Alan Moore fan who ever lived in terms of his 80s and 90s output. That said, the movie is not all that, again, faithful to the comic, but like I say, the comic's highly derivative anyway. And the movie is, you got a great performance by Sean Connery. I loved Nemo in the movie. And I loved the Nautilus. It's fantastic. And that car.
It is very cool.
Got great gadgets in the movie.
It's a dream come true.
Now, Tom Sawyer's in the movie. He's not in the books, but that's fine. They didn't use a lot of stuff from the books. They did use Mina. Also, was it Dorian Gray's not in the books either?
Dorian Gray's not in the books?
He's not in the comics. No.
In the comic books, okay.
That was done for the movie.
Gray's a huge one for me.
In the things they took from the comic was, of course, Alan Quatermain, Mina Harker.
Yep.
And Captain Nemo. And Mr. Hyde. Everybody
Dorian
else was
Gray,
kind of
Tom Sawyer.
Yeah, they were used.
Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll and Hyde were in the and Holly Griffin too, the Invisible Man. They were all in the comics.
Yeah.
The two editions were Tom Sawyer and like I said, yeah, Dorian Gray.
And
Now-
Invisible Man is H.G. Wells.
Yes, Holly
Right?
Griffin. Yeah, the
I'm
character's
sorry,
Holly
my
Griffin.
brain is it's
No,
my
yeah,
brain
yeah.
is
It's
starting
the
to
H.G.
shut down
Wells.
because it's late.
No, yes, the H.G. Wells one. And in the
Mhm.
I remember in the comic they couldn't say Fu Manchu, but they kept mentioning the crime doctor. They called him that, who's Fu Manchu, basically, based on the Sax Rohmer books. And they had but the movie was really enjoyable. I thought it was fun. A lot
It
of
was
people
a
were all
dream come
pissed
true for
off.
me.
I like it a lot. I always did.
It was
I
a
love
dream come true for me to see all of my heroes from the book. I also thought that it was really cool that Mina Harker came out of Bram Stoker's Dracula, and
Yep.
and that she wanted to like avenge what happened to to her love, to the love of her life, and the
Right.
fact that she winds up being infected. You know what I mean? And the fact that they got La Femme Nikita, Peter Wilson was phenomenal. And so, yeah, for me, it just blew my mind because, of
I
course,
thought she was great. Yeah.
I love H.G. Wells. I love the Captain Nemo. Of course, you guys all know how I feel about Bram Stoker's Dracula, Alan Quatermain, Picture of Dorian Gray, which is brain's not working. Irishman.
Oscar Wilde.
Oscar Wilde. Jeez, can you tell it's getting late and it's hot in here?
That's okay.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Brain doesn't fire on all cylinders on the stream sometimes, especially late at night. But yeah, for me, like, I know nothing about comics, and I knew nothing about comics, but I love and Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, they had the Diogenes Club.
Yep.
And they had they mentioned Mycroft is, they worked for Mycroft in the comic. That's in the comic too. Again, they mentioned what's that?
Well, I was going to say that was Sean Connery's last movie, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah,
I believe so. That was his final film. And actually,
I don't know anything
good
about that.
and
I'd
my
have
good
to ask a
buddy
geek
Rob,
I
that was the
know.
last.
Just wait one minute. I'm
pretty
just going to ask
sure
my
that's-
geek friend Mark.
I love that car.
The car is great. And then that was the last movie I saw with my good buddy Rob. We all went to go see this movie, a bunch of us, and for some crazy reason, that was the last movie I ended up, seeing with some friends. One of them had since passed, but and we all liked the movie. We all thought it was good. I mean, it was it really got panned. I think someone on Twitter was posting the other day too about how much they liked the movie. Can't remember who
Back
it was,
then,
but
man, everybody was trashing the hell out of it. This is like 2004 it came out.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah.
I was in love with it.
I went and really liked it. I've watched it several times after that. I'm probably I don't know. I need to get the Blu-ray of it.
I didn't understand though. Like, I didn't understand why everyone was angry, because I don't read comics. For me, it was like, who took all my heroes and all of my characters from all of my favorite books, and who decided to put them together? I did not know any. I did not. So for me, this was magical. And now, I was teasing Mark earlier, but I really need to know, Mark, can you please tell me, is that true? That
is. I mean, my memory is sometimes not good, but
is what true?
I'd be 99%. Yeah, that's Sean Connery's last film.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Wow. Show the comic art for a minute. If you...
Yep, sure. Let's see. We'll do comic. Yeah.
No, let's. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, the comic.
I guess if I do comic, right?
Yeah, but we'll just show the Kevin O'Neill's. I see they had a lot of comics, but see, do the one with just the cast. There you go. Like,
yeah,
the big one with the cast. Don't show some of those covers. They're absolutely nuts.
Well, yeah,
Black Dossier is crazy.
Yeah, yes, why wasn't there a sequel?
There you go.
Yeah, that's safe. Yeah.
Just Fanty's upset that there wasn't a sequel, and I am too. Like, I understand that maybe Alan Quatermain, maybe they wouldn't be able to bring back Alan Quatermain, and that would have been fine, because they were introducing the other character. Was it Billy the Kid? I think they were going to do like Billy the Kid instead of Alan Quatermain.
Yeah, they were going. Yeah, they would.
Yeah, that would have been totally cool with me, don't you think, Fanty? That Billy the Kid would have worked.
Well, look what Quatermain looked like in the comic. He was an emaciated. They picked him up in an opium den. He was all emaciated and crap. I mean, it was disturbing. I'm glad. That's why when Sean Connery played him,
Yeah.
a lot of people, again, fans of the comic, and you know, it's fine. They're fans. Oh, look at that.
Who's driving right now? Is it you that's driving, or is it Mark?
I'm driving. Yep.
Mark, can you please make one big?
This one.
No, the one that Clubby was talking about.
Oh, which one? This one or
The one with
just the
Nemo.
cast?
Yeah, that one.
Mina.
That one. Oh, no, this or this one.
Oh, look at Captain
There you go. That's
Nemo.
good. Yeah, Nemo looks good. Alan Quartermain was a skinny, you know.
Why did they make Captain Nemo look so evil?
Because Kevin O'Neill's weird and Alan Moore's weird. I mean, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I love him. I mean, I love Alan Moore's work. This was, again, I liked the first series. It was I think we all liked it so much because of the idea. You know, it was
Great idea. Yeah.
It was a lot like Philip Jose Farmer, which was perfectly fine. I mean, you know, you know, Moore referenced him a lot anyway before that. Sean Carter, what's up, dude?
Sean Carter from Mars. Larry, are you serious? That is so cool. And welcome back, Blunt Philly Reviews.
Oh yeah, I did watch animated version of 2012 before the. We did the voice animated version of what?
Of Alan Quartermain, I think.
Was it for really? It was a cartoon.
Yeah. I don't know. I need to go and check, but Larry will tell us.
Was there
Connery did the voice in the animated version in 2012 before he died in 2020.
There's an animated version?
I don't know, but I
don't
know
remember
that
it.
Larry will tell us.
They had some messed up stuff in the first one. The second one had some was so messed up. I think I've told you about it before, Mark. It's something I wouldn't talk about on the show.
Yeah.
It's so awful.
But yeah, the movie was funny how that movie got totally destroyed, and I'm like, what movie did you guys watch? I mean, I could see it if you don't like it, but I didn't think it was.
I know what, because it wasn't
popcorn movie.
Because the people who were bitching about it wanted the comic, and the comic could not be translated to a movie that would make any money whatsoever. But they don't care, and I understand that. Look, I mean, but if you're going to make a movie big budget like that, that was back when it was still about it was still a business about getting butts and seats.
Yeah.
So
how much money did
it would have been an R. I mean, more so than R-rated. It would have been R-rated, and you can't. I love that car. That car's badass.
It made almost $180 million on an $80 million budget. So I mean, of course, with advertising it, so not bad. I mean, not terrible. Yeah, and of course you got Sean Connery in it, so we're like, oh, it was much better than Highlander 2. I mean,
yeah.
So Connery agreed to appear as Quartermain for a $17 million sum that left the filmmakers little flexibility to attract other high-profile stars to the ensemble cast. Oh, he was going to be. They offered Connery the role of architect in The Matrix, and Gandalf in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I knew about that.
Would have earned him $450 million. Yeah,
they offered that to Tom Baker too, and he just turned it down.
He turned it down.
Nobody wanted to spend the 3 years in making a movie.
Zealand.
New Zealand making a movie.
Yeah.
So, and it made $15 million from video rentals and $33 million from DVD sales.
Well, good.
Rentals and sales 36. Well, that was back when DVDs made a lot of money too. Yeah. So. That was a darn fun movie. I mean, but Raquel, you said you've actually watched Fallout?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Really?
Wow. What did you think of it? Like this? No.
About 1/3 of it I couldn't watch.
With the gore and stuff, yeah.
Oh, gore.
About 1/3 of it I couldn't watch, but Andy was laughing
at you.
No, he was laughing at the gore.
Oh, at the gore. No, I thought like laughing at you not being able to watch the gore.
No, he protects me. He says, "Baby, don't watch." And then I usually say, "Is it over yet?" And he's like, "Don't watch." And then he'll be like, "Okay, you can watch now."
Well, we're not going to do spoilers, but I thought that the high point was at the it was either episode 4 or 5 when the girl Lucy kind of takes charge and I don't want to give any spoilers, but she has a really good episode. I think 4 or 5, and then I did not like the Maximus character at all. I did not like how.
Is this a video game?
Yes,
It is
based
a
on the
video game. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Very popular video game. Yep.
Yeah.
But it's set after the video game, so it's got nothing to do with any of the characters per se. I mean, it's the themes and the ideas.
Fiona, so would I. The cowboy character I thought was interesting. At first, I didn't think I was gonna like the main actress, but she looks like a living doll. She has these big, beautiful eyes, and as it turns out, she's a decent actress, and I quite enjoyed her.
She was great.
Yeah, I really like the soundtrack is actually the regular music that I listen to. So things like the Ink Spots and Ella Fitzgerald's super like new young stuff that she recorded, and I like things like like Cab Calloway and things like that. That's the kind of music that I listen to when I'm not listening to classical. That's my my ideal form of music. So the soundtrack is amazing, and it basically sounds like my Spotify, and so I really love it a lot. The guy who's inside of the machine, I didn't like the actor. I thought that he was kind of stiff, and kind of weird. And I didn't. I have weird vibes from him because I don't know whether or not to like him, because he's a dynamic character. Like there's a lot going on there, and he's neither good nor evil. It's like he's a mixture of both. And but I don't think the acting is really that good.
I did not like his storyline the whole time. You want to have a character have an arc, and trying to not give any spoilers. Usually character starts out kind of inept or learning, and he's just inept the whole way through. And I'm just like when you want to throw stuff at the TV over a character about how stupid he can act, and also his origin story was ridiculous. I thought in terms of how that night, what happened to his night, he's a squire, and I just didn't like that. I just didn't like that stuff, and also certain plot points I didn't think made sense at the end, but I can't talk about it because spoilers. We'll wait a few weeks.
I feel the same way, and I don't want to say anything about it, but it should they have a lot of things to resolve, and I totally agree with Fiona. I don't understand why they have like an obese person. Well, a couple of obese.
Well, he was eating way too much clam pizza. I think that was probably the problem.
Smart. No, but like if you've been in a bomb shelter and it's been going on for 219 years. And my husband and I have a theory behind that, but we don't know anything about video games, except for he and I love the Prince of Persia Sands of Time, and he and I also really love the original God of War. But other than that, we don't play video games.
You should play the Star Trek 25th anniversary game with all the original cast voices. You would love that. Adventure game.
I'm not. I don't really like video games, but the only reason why I sit on the side of Andrew when he plays those games is because I really like puzzles. And so usually the minute that Andrew walks into a room in these video games, he says, "Come over here and tell me what's happening in this room." And then I immediately know what's happening in the room. So if he wants to
finish you got to play the Star Trek adventure game then. Yeah, with and all the cats I'm telling you got to tell him to play that. Oh, you would love it.
I like
with DeForest Cal. Yeah, it's the puzzle. It's a puzzle game.
I don't like the violence though. And then
there's no violence. No.
As soon as you're done solving the puzzle in most of those games, it's immediate, like full on, like sick.
No, not in Star Trek.
Horrible
Star Trek
sounds.
Game. Oh, you would love it. Oh.
Well, maybe I will give it a try. But
it's like an episode of the TV show. Yeah.
So like Andy and I have this theory. And Andy says that because I went to university to study writing and that I'm an author and an editor, that I've ruined everything for him. And so now he just asked me not to say what's going to happen. And so I have a theory about what's going to happen. And Andrew doesn't want me to wreck the show for him. So
what show is it?
This Fallout show.
Oh, the next season. You think?
Next season, you mean? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I have a theory. And Andy has said, please don't Don't wreck the show for me because it's very bad. I can predict what's going to happen in the show, 20 to 40 minutes ahead of time.
Oh, is this the donut shop that it's an Iron Man? Is that the famous donut shop in LA?
I don't know. I didn't notice that. I'm not like one of those superhero movie people.
I think that is. That's a famous like Ray's Donuts or something.
Oh yeah. I think that is famous.
Right.
I also didn't buy the big machines.
Which big machines? The
hulking.
the
machine.
walking. Oh, the Iron Man. Oh, that's what makes.
No. The machines that deliver those guys in the suits.
The like the Star Wars. The one that Yoda's in.
Where's
the
all
Clone
that power
Wars.
coming from?
Well, don't they have fusion reactors in their like in the machine?
Well, they're sort of starting to introduce the abuse of that sort of thing, and that's they're just starting to like unfurl that aspect of the storytelling. But it's rather jarring because you're expecting this post-apocalyptic reality, and then you're thinking to yourself, okay,
With
so
some
were they
high-tech stuff,
invaded by aliens?
Well, this is
And
part of
then-
the video game, though. So they do have it's like this 50s look with high tech. It's like a mishmash of the 50s aesthetic, kind of like the Jetsons. So I love the suits. The only thing that was the power pack on the suit is in the back, and it was extremely easy to take out and disable the whole suit.
And to turn it off, why is it behind?
Yeah, that was the most idiotic.
And the door thing
multi-
where you could just turn the key and it's
Yeah,
like a door.
Yeah,
And you
like
know what I'm
when-
talking about without spoiling anything?
Yeah. That's not a spoiler.
Weren't you
but,
like, get out of
no,
town?
come on. I thought originally that a certain character had a certain special thing to enable that, you would think.
Yeah.
And it turned out they didn't. So I was like, what are you doing? I started replaying the first Fallout game again, but and also it takes a lot. This game takes a lot from Harlan Ellison's A Boy and His Dog.
Yeah.
Those series of novellas. Yeah. So
Can I just say that I love all the comments in the chat, and I love all of you very much.
Mhm.
You guys are such great friends, and
Thank
I
you.
just love the conversations everyone is having in here. You should see all the wonderful things everyone's saying. Just like really nice, such great people that we know. We're so lucky to have the friends that we have and to run with the crew that we have.
See, Sean Carter agrees with me, seconding Mark's comment about the Star Trek games. One of them even has Trelane. It's like being in an episode, you'd love them.
Get out of here. Yeah. Okay. I will
And
check
they're
it
old.
out.
They're old school too. They're not, they're very relatively primitive graphics. You got to use your imagination a lot of times. But the ones that have especially when they have the original cast voices, that's just so much fun to hear the cast. Yeah, but you might not like it either. But yeah.
Fee, one of the things I didn't like is that I was expecting some element of grapes. And you know what I'm talking about, to get past the algorithm. Because,
Right,
and that would be the reality for you and I, Fee. Like if you and I were in this situation, you have long blonde hair and blue eyes. I have long strawberry blonde reddish hair with green eyes. Certain type of build. You're walking in this post-apocalyptic time, and that's just what I was instantly thinking about. It's what every woman would be thinking about. And so the fact that didn't happen sort of freaked me out. I was like, okay, so that, like, when you talk contrivance, yeah, I'm thinking, okay, so why did we just skip over that, like that's a non-issue, and go straight to the cannibalism?
Modern day.
Pardon?
It's modern day. They can't have that in anything now. They can't make that.
Well, that's exactly it. This is what I'm saying. But like, when Fiona is saying this stuff on the internet, people should listen to her because she's right. Like women, these are the things that women are frightened of. And
they do have that horrific stuff that happens in the first episode. I can't say anything, but
yeah.
So it kind of does well, not exactly. Well, yes, no, maybe. Yep.
Thanks, Fee.
Yeah,
you're a sweetheart.
Yeah.
You're pretty gosh darn hot yourself,
Well, you
Hotties,
know why?
you
Because it would have
hotties.
cost the CGI would have cost way too much money to do that for the rest of the series. So
Yeah.
that's why. Yeah.
That's why they put that back together again.
Yeah. Like Maximus's
yeah.
friend, who the idiot friend who something ended up happening to him, but he gets hurt, but then something else happened. Well, his character was kind of funny because he's the doofus comedic relief. He's another. There's knights and then the squire. So
Yeah.
I can't remember the character's name, but he was kind of funny because you expect that character, but this character you expect to be be competent and a little more how should I say, you grow up in this apocalyptic world, you think you'd have more smarts, street smarts, and he's got zero street smarts. He's an idiot, and I'm
Yeah,
yelling at him like,
he's a nincompoop,
yeah.
and you don't know if it's the actor or if it's the character. And Fiona, I totally agree with you. All this stuff that you're saying on social media about this show is so true, and that is very true. What you just put in the chat at 27 minutes past the hour, I totally agree with you.
And the aesthetic and the production is fantastic. I mean, this character, Fallout Boys in the game, the thing they wear on their arm, the Pip Boy, it's just phenomenal. They have all these old,
Well,
retro
that's the
TVs.
cowboy.
Yeah, the cat. Yeah, but they
The
have
guy on the billboard, the cartoon, that's the cowboy. What's the cowboy's name?
I can't remember his name off the
That's who
top of
that
my head.
is. That's why he shoots that image of himself out of the billboard. That's him.
Yeah, yeah. See, I didn't realize that until 4 or 5. All of a sudden, I'm like, oh my god, that's who it is. So
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
That's okay.
Well, it actually made it work better. Actually,
This girl is beautiful.
oh, she's a cutie patootie,
Oh, it's the perfect casting for her.
and she's a good actress too. Yeah,
Yeah, she's a decent actress, and I don't know. Everyone is just sort of saying
he's very
that
good.
that it's okay, and I accept that. I'm going to reserve my judgment, but like Fiona, I have a lot of there are a lot of things that I think need a great deal of work, and like you were saying earlier, how certain things are going to be resolved, and
Yeah.
so there are lots of tiny mistakes in it though too, and I know that really annoys people that I bring that kind of stuff up, but I try to look at that sort of stuff in my own writing. Like, I'm hypercritical of myself when I do that, and when I send stuff off to my editor, and when I send stuff off to my proofreader, that's one of the first things I say is, shoot a million holes in this. What do you see? And so I think that it's important that I do that, because in science fiction, you're attracting people who are educated, you're attracting people who like details, and you're attracting people who want to be immersed in a different world. And so you really have to be careful of the details. So I know I get into a lot of shit for complaining about details, but they're just really important to me. So when Fiona's raising these things, it's funny because it's exactly what I'm thinking when I'm watching it as well. And
Well, look at the
it's
Blake's. I was gonna say the Blake 7 episode tonight, where they remembered that Orak couldn't use telepathy, and but of course, certain modern writers would totally forget that. But that's when you love, when you have that continuity.
yeah,
And then you're like, oh yeah, they're treating us, as we're intelligent. Like, oh, that's why Orak can't do that, because we did it, and they didn't just totally forget that. So
that's right. Yep, that's right. And Fee says, all the little mistakes, they add up for me. But Fee says those tiny mistakes, when noticed, can kick you out of the story. You start to think about what the writers were thinking instead of getting immersed in the story. That's exactly it. And that's why, I'm so hard on myself, and I send my stuff to my editor and my proofreader, both who are highly educated. One is a literary scholar in Canada, and the other is a highly educated lettered editor. And I get them to just tear me apart, because I want to be able to bring a quality story to my readership. Like, my readership matters to me. But yeah, I think some people, Fiona, can take it as you and I being negative, but it's not us being negative. It's just, we want to stay immersed in the story, and for some people, details matter, and a more science or academic driven mind is looking at those details.
oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, the little
Yeah.
stuff does. Some things are contrived for TV shows, and you can kind of, all right, I'll let that go if it's semi believable. you know, and other things you're like, oh, I can't believe that, you know, they did that, or why did they write it that way? Like how, you know, Maximus becomes a knight. That whole first storyline was just beyond ridiculous, in my opinion. I don't know what you guys thought, but or,
Yeah.
I mean,
think
I
I think
hated that. I hated his characterization
yeah.
as a knight, and it was demeaned his whole character, and I
Yeah.
thought that was they could have just written it a different way that made Maximus look better and made that knight look better.
Yeah, but
And
that's because of your personality. You're
yeah,
looking for a character that, if it's portrayed as a hero, then the character should have some sort of journey of redemption.
yeah,
And this one is just there's just so much stuff happening that there's no way that you could ever trust this character. And I think maybe,
yeah.
20 years ago, we would have really liked to dig into a character like this. But I think at this point, we've lost so much faith in corporate writing. And I should make that point too, like people like Fiona and I and Shooter and Michael Beacom and all of us who read a lot of science fiction. We would not be this way if we were dealing with one author. Like if it was just a communication betwixt the reader and the author, and it was just that single conversation, you don't feel the same way. But when things start to peel open in an unsightly way, when it's a room full of writers, and you're like, hey, why didn't they catch that? Why didn't they catch that? Like, why didn't they do that? Did they talk about that? And this is what Fiona is saying in the chat. This is what takes you out of the story, and that's why the corporate writers are to blame, not the audience. It's because they have created a moment where you're sitting around going, what were they thinking there? Like, what were they talking about? How did that happen? And so the story gets wrecked. But we should really stop talking about this because I feel weird not
for bed.
including Clobby in something.
Don't
It
worry
makes
about
me
that.
feel strange.
No, don't be ridiculous.
We're gonna make him watch it now.
That's a topical thing, and now I feel so much better that you've seen it. Number one, now I don't have to.
Yeah, there you go.
Clobby, I don't think you'd like it very much.
But I mean, again, it's not even. Yeah, I hear you. I probably wouldn't. I don't know. I might think it's okay, but I never played the game, and I never have any interest in this thing. So, I like to watch things that interest me, and this one just doesn't. The girl's cute, but yeah.
Well,
she's quite beautiful and charming.
Yeah,
this character, her brother, was a very well written character. I liked his arc a lot, and
I love him.
And he was one of the people that wasn't an idiot, and he's about, I don't know how tall the actor is, but on the screen he's portrayed as looks like 5 feet tall.
Yeah, but he's a darling.
But he's smart, intelligent, and not a little cowardice in the beginning maybe, but he becomes his character evolves, and he really yes, and what happens in that first episode.
He's like the geeks and nerds we grew up with.
Yes,
I mean,
but he's
this guy
still
would totally run with you and me and Clobby. This is a guy from our crew.
But he well, I don't want try not to spoilery.
Don't spoil it.
I can't. So, but I just didn't. I understood what he did in the first episode, but it's not heroic. But he does show heroism later, and his character grows and evolves, and he's not an idiot.
Because he's
smart,
trying to figure stuff out. And when he figures things out, he's going to fix things. That's the thing. And that's the way nerds work.
And this is Maximus' friend, who's a total idiot, but his character's always an idiot, so that's okay. It doesn't bug me.
No.
So he's written consistently as an idiot. So, and what happens to him is pretty funny in the end. Yeah, but he's a harmless.
The first scene where you wonder whether or not that guy who winds up being the brave knight in the machine, what happens with his friend, the leg?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was horrific. Yeah.
Terrible. I said to Andy, I don't know if I can watch this. Not only is this evil and terrible.
I can't believe you watched it. Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't watch the gore part, but I'm just saying like that. I mean, like.
But do you have like a system with Andy? Like, does he watch like 5 seconds ahead and then covers your eyes, or does he so good? He's got
no.
Like
it's that I pretty much know what's going to happen in these stories because I've.
Oh, okay. You're so good
because
at it,
of my education and stuff. So I sort of sense that it's coming.
That scene shocked me. That scene totally shocked me. I was like, "Ooh,
Yeah.
That was
No, I
bad.
I just raised the blanket immediately, and then sometimes I have to ask Andy to mute it because if it makes the squishy squishy, then I'm out. I'm
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
No
yep,
squishy
yep.
squishy. But, the thing what I was trying to get at with that one is, Mark, I did not like that that was pure evil.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That is that's evil, like, dyed in the
Yeah.
bones evil, and I
Well,
did
let's
not
talk
like that.
about in the bones. Yeah, well, you do find out more about that later. Princess Fiona saying, yeah, the brother was probably the best written character. Yeah,
Yeah, agreed.
as well as ear Cooper. Oh,
But
okay.
the
Yeah,
forced DEI crap really stood out.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah,
Yep, yep,
yeah.
yep.
So, but I mean, we always say, give it a shot. I enjoyed it, but I thought it ended on a kind of slowly downhill. But I loved certain characters I really loved. I'm gonna buy that Lucy action figure before it sells out. There's a limited edition one.
No, she's
Uh,
beautiful, and I find
yeah,
her quite charming. Not only
and
is she beautiful, but she's quite believable, and I thought she was gonna suck. I thought she was gonna be another stupid Hollywood lollipop. You know how they all look like lollipops now and giant
yeah,
heads?
Lollipop.
yeah,
And, thin
yeah,
body, the lollipop gang. But then, wow, just her beautiful eyes, and she's just so sincere, and you buy her as a character. She's quite a good actress, and she's quite charming, and she's
Mm.
easy on the eyes.
and Paul Atreides was great too. I thought he did a nice job.
Kyle
Mhm.
As the
McLaughlin.
father. Yep, as the father. Yep, yep. Well, you probably know him from Desperate Housewives, Clobbering Times, but
Yeah, I'm sure I watched that. Not.
you watch
I
it.
know him from Twin Peaks and no, pretty much Twin Peaks, the TV show.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know either one of those guys.
David Lynch's Twin Peaks, and he was also in David Lynch's Dune.
I tried to get the Twin Peaks, and I was gonna watch it, but then they tried to make me pay for
Don't.
it, and I was like, I'm not doing that.
Don't.
If it's not on Tubi or Pluto, screw it.
It's a mind boggler.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Yep.
I
Yep.
mean, David Lynch, he just makes weird to be weird. Weird for weird's sake gets old afterwards. Funny and it's interesting, it's cool.
Yes.
Then after a season, you're like, I just realized he's just jerking your chain. He's just gonna do weird crap forever and is never
Yeah.
gonna solve anything and never gonna go anywhere because it was cute for the first season or two. And then it was like, all right, and then he brought it back like many, many, many years later for some reason.
Mhm.
They did.
Was it-
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was a messed up show. Holy shit.
Oh, Fiona, I
Yeah.
totally agree with you. And that is an incredibly good point and a wonderful observation.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And I love these blue and yellow colors, the Wolverine colors. I love seeing these. And
I
that's
love
the game. That's from the game. Yeah, but the
I
color
love
palette
the
is gorgeous.
uniforms. I love all of this.
Yeah.
I said to my husband, depending upon how this ends, I think I'm going to go 31. But I don't know if I want to go 31 until I find out what's happening in 31. But I might go 33. I might go 4, but I'm still out on whether or not I'm going to do 31.
Are you gonna
Let's
play the
find out.
Would you
Pardon?
like to live with all the scientists in the scientists bunker and number
No,
4, Vault
that's
4?
not what I think is going on, and I'm not going to
Yeah.
spoil the series. But
No,
I
I'm just
think,
saying, where would you like to live with all the scientists and the geeks and the nerds, right?
oh yeah, well, yeah,
Yeah.
that's obviously where I would be. But
Yeah.
but I'm definitely going to cosplay this. I just have to figure out if I
Oh,
want to
it'd be
be a
great.
4, 33, or 31. We'll see.
You're a
We'll
4. You're a scientist. Yeah.
We'll see. I'm pretty scared about what's going to happen with 31. I have some ideas.
Wow, I mean, look, I'm thrilled that you guys talked about it, really, because the whole internet was buzzing about it. Every show's talking about it. I didn't advertise it because I didn't know we would be talking about it because I just assumed I would be the only channel not.
I was shocked.
'Cause
I was shocked that
never gonna
Raquel
watch
watched it.
I'm shocked that you watched it. You should have told us.
There's
I'm-
nothing else. There's nothing else to watch.
I know.
And
We should have
so-
told us. We would have announced
For all
what we're going to
mankind.
talk about. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
didn't
no,
even
no,
know
it's no
that,
biggie.
I didn't even know that you guys will watch it. But the thing
Not
is
me.
is that when people who I trust like start watching things, and it's usually like nerd girls, because nerd girls are weird. We're all very odd. We just are. And we're an incredibly small group with a very small, like a narrow band of interest. And people love to call themselves nerd girls, but they're not nerd girls, and everyone knows it. So, like, when I see nerd girls who I know, and I know they're for real, and they start shooting their mouth off on social media about things, I'm like, I will go over and I will check it out. And so, like, nerd girls are watching Fallout, actual nerds. So we'll
I
see.
mean, the video game has a huge following too. I mean, the game first came out in 1989, I believe, and there was a prequel, Wasteland, which, because of rights issues, didn't become the Fallout series, but it was even earlier. And they're fantastic games to play, and they really appealed to the D&D types like me who love science fiction, and of course that post-apocalyptic world where anything kind of goes right. It's like it's another way to do a Western, basically, where there's no the cowboy is the law, basically.
God, I love that aspect of it, don't you?
Yeah, so that's why it's so
God, I love
that's
the
why you see
cowboy
these
part.
So that's why you see this. And the cowboy, he's a phenomenally written and acted character. He's such a well-rounded
That's what it is. This is
character, yeah.
facilitating the Wild Wild West. It's exactly what it is. And that's why this mechanism works so well in the human brain, especially for people who live in North America, and that they know the great tradition of the Western. And yeah, that aspect of it is terrific. It's wonderful.
Yeah, and I think Clobberin Times would love the Nuka-Cola probably too. He probably would like that, at least.
I actually think that there are several aspects about the show that he would like, but let's check out season 2 when it comes out, and we'll let him know. Because the thing about Clobby is that he's like me. Like, if he doesn't want to invest himself, if he knows it's just going to be shite, and so he and I avoid so much modern stuff because it's just going to be a massive waste of time. And now look, even Reacher's ruined now.
It's ruined now.
Yeah.
How many episodes is there of Fallout?
I don't know, but
8. There's 8. I believe it's 8, but some of them are like an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah,
right.
Like the first 2 are like a mini movie, which I appreciate too. It's like, if you're going to do 10 episodes, and there's not a lot of filler in any of these. I do think the story moves along. It's just I had issue with certain parts of the story. Yeah,
I don't have Netflix.
That's a very good observation, Mark. The story does move along.
I don't have Netflix anymore, so too bad. Maybe one.
Oh no, this is
Amazon Prime.
Amazon.
Oh, I have that. Damn it.
Yeah, it's Amazon.
Damn.
Sorry, boss.
Shit.
Sorry, Claude.
I thought it was. Damn it! I thought it was Netflix that I have the excuse to say I don't have that anymore.
Just the soundtrack, like I'm enamored with the soundtrack as well, because like I was saying earlier, like I listen to classical music, but I really like early jazz. I really do. And well, I love all jazz, especially acid jazz, but I have a deep and lasting affinity for very early jazz. And so that's another thing about this show. Like when I'm watching a show and it has a soundtrack like that, and a beautiful girl with doll-like eyes, and she's just so pure, and she's a cute little hero, and she's tough, but she's not too tough. She's not like the dumb into the dumbness that we're living with right now, where there's a girl where she weighs like $105 and she's throwing around like a 300-pound man. It's not like that. And so it's just like you just want to give it a chance, but it's not perfect. And I agree with everything Fiona has said, and she shot a few holes in it.
This is right here, which really gets me. It says another problem with today's crap. It's going to be 2.5 years before we get season 2. That happened with Reacher, right? And remember, the people that made Fallout, Westworld is their resume. That's bad. Don't get too excited.
But Westworld was phenomenal the first season and fell off the cliff at the second.
That's what I hear. So here's my point. There was a show that came out a number of years ago that I was shocked that I liked. I loved it so much. And then it came right back out with the second season.
Yeah.
And then I loved it too. And then I had to wait 4 freaking years for a third season. And I was so excited about it that I could not wait. And I was 100% sure it was going to be wonderful, worth the wait. And then it turned on me, and it turned into in my opinion, others don't agree with this. It turned into a pile of garbage, and it was called the Orville.
Yeah.
And for me, that broke my heart. It broke my heart. I'm not saying this is that, because I felt like I was getting some semblance of my beloved Star Trek spirit back. And then the third season got ruined by presentism.
Yes.
By the idiot who created. I was never a fan of Mr. McFarlane before. And then I became a huge fan. I was like, man, I'm really liking this guy. And he does this to me. So I'll never trust modern serialized entertainment again. Not that I won't watch something new. So far, Cobra Kai didn't do that to me. I really love it.
Cobra Kai's been great.
When I came for that last season, I dearly love that show. But the Orville season 3, Fiona, and then a lot of people don't agree with us on this. We reviewed them all here.
I got into huge trouble, Fiona. People were incredibly angry with me.
I'm just using this as this is the biggest example of, because other people, I haven't watched Westworld, for example, but everybody I know loves it, loved the first season or whatever, and said that they got destroyed the same way that was done to me, and with the Orville. Now, some people love it so much they just don't. I mean, they still love that third season every week. After the first episode, which I thought was pretty good,
first episode was good. Yeah,
a couple of episodes, I'm like, okay, every show has its faults. Even when it started doing some really annoying crap, and I was upset with as it went on, it got worse and worse and worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like an episode or two, like, that one's so bad. But then not great either. Man, it makes it so tough for me to even go back and watch the first, which I've not gone back to watch those first 2 seasons, which I have on DVD, which I used to watch a lot. In fact, I watched them over and over again. And then when the third season was right about to come out, I binged it. Over the course of, I watched them all, and it's only like 12 each season. And now I'll probably never watch the show ever again.
The Orville season 3 is probably one of the most hyper didactic, an example of one of the most hyper didactic things ever made.
Was it the third episode that went off the rails?
For television, for books, for religious literature, anything you could throw at it. I'm like, when you look at hyperdidacticism throughout history and its effect on writing, and folks trying to use it as a tool to shape, to stranglehold the reader or the viewer into believing or thinking certain things. I think that the Orville season 3 might be the greatest and most glaring, the most obvious example of hyperdidacticism in modern entertainment that I've ever seen. It's actually so striking that you wonder how they're not ashamed, like where they don't feel shame. Like it's really truly over the top. It treats the audience like children, and acts as this I don't even want to say this bourgeoisie control, this power control. It is the highest level of corporate hegemony that I have ever seen. This idea of trying to shape culture through corporate interests and using corporate social powers and Hollywood powers to create this hyperdidactic, supercharged corporate hegemony. It is absolutely, it's so glaringly obvious that it's unwatchable. If we were not watching it together, I could not watch it. It was that obvious.
I was going on a review show immediately live after that. It was the third episode, and we don't do politics here, but it was unavoidable what that episode was about. And I was just shocked. I was like, I don't believe how blatantly obvious that episode was in terms of what it was. It wasn't.
There were people mad at us too. They were all mad at us. A lot of people.
They were very angry
because
with
us. Well, I was going to say, when you love something so much, and then you just don't want to admit it goes bad sometimes, and I do the same thing. I mean, so you just don't want to
But
you
do
know,
you know
and
why? Do you know why editors get like really on top of hyperdidacticism? They're not really attacking corporate hegemony because that's where they're getting their money from right now, right? But you know why we attack hyperdidacticism and why we talk about that in editing and why it's so important that you call people out on it. And it's because there's no two ways about it. It is the infantilization of the audience. It's literally
Yeah.
saying to the audience, look, you have a childlike mind. I want to shape it. This is bad. I want to admonish you. And then I want to show you how you can be good. So let me give you an example of how you've gone wrong, to admonish you and demonstrate your admonishment so that you will self-flagellate and then genuflect. And then you too can be a part of this corporate ideation, the corporate hegemony, the corporate power that is trying to shape the message and how you feel and how you think and even how you vote. And that's why people should be very frightened of it, and why they should push it away and they should call it what it is, because it is 1000% insulting. It is insulting to your intelligence. There's no two ways about it. It's a corporation exerting its power to explain to you how you need to think if you want to be good, by explaining to you what goodness is, and controlling their idea of what goodness is. And that to me is terrifying. I said that right on the show, and Clobby backed me up. God love him. I love Clobby. I'm so happy that he allowed me to say that. But that's what's happening. So it's not like you can't just say, well, I really loved it. You can't objectively love something like that, or subjectively love something like that if you objectively understand what's being done to you. It essentially turns into like a propaganda.
But now they did announce that we're going to get Orville season 4, I guess, or was that kind of a
no way? I don't think so.
I kept seeing stuff on Twitter, but I never clicked on it to see. But
he's too lazy to do another one.
Because that last episode was basically a send off. I thought, not a well done send off, but
it's so unmemorable. I barely remember any of the episodes other than being angry. When my takeaway is, I never want to see him again, so I don't remember them that well. Other than all I remember is the bad feelings I had from him. That's terrible. I never want to watch any of that third season again. And those first 2 seasons that I loved, I don't even want to watch those anymore. And I watched them a lot, and I thought I might just go back to them one day. I don't know if I ever will. That hurt me. I know you're letting a TV show hurt you. It's silly, but I'm just saying, as much as any show has ever betrayed someone, it's my own fault. I let myself get my heart into it. But my God, that third season is disgusting. What he did to that show. And it'll always, it hurt my soul because I really look forward to it. I like an idiot. I let myself really look forward to it. And it was such a piece of trash. And Donnie, we will see. There's not going to be a season 4. You can take that to the bank.
And before anybody says anything to Clobby, I want you to understand something, that this transcends any type of partisanship. So it's not that Clobby reaches out and sees this and says, well, this doesn't agree with me politically, or I see the semiology taking place here and I reject it. I don't like this. This is disgusting. We're not talking about that. And certainly I'm not talking about that. And when we discuss the Orville, I made this clear to the public. And so I'm going to make it clear again tonight. It's that whenever you are dealing with a corporate entity that is trying to control culture, trying to control how you vote, and trying to control how you think by admonishing you, by othering you, by saying to you that you need to genuflect, you need to submit, that you are bad, you are dealing with propaganda. How you should present these types of meaty, scary, high friction subjects is through the Socratic dialectic, and that is questioning what is true by presenting all of the evidence. And once all of the evidence is presented, then the audience themselves makes up their minds, And that's how you really engage in that type of sociology. That's how you engage in these meaty, scary issues, because you trust the audience to think for themselves once you've given them the facts. You don't tell people how to what to think. You can teach them how to think by saying, okay, well, let's look at all of the evidence, but you don't tell them what to think, and you don't tell them what to do. So I don't want anyone walking away from this saying, oh, well, that Clobby, he just didn't like it because it was this and it was this. That's not what we said when we involved ourselves in talking about the Orville. It really was about, and remains about, the dangers in corporate hegemony, corporations being in charge of culture now instead of individuals, artists, and creators. It really is about this hyperdidacticism, these corporations working to shape you and what you think is good and what you believe, instead of individuals challenging you and you challenging them back. And it's very different when you're dealing with an individual artist and an individual author like Philip K. Dick, or like H.P. Lovecraft, or like H.G. Wells, or like Gene Roddenberry, and then dealing with a corporation that is beaming an idea into your head and telling you what you, if you want to be a good guy, you're going to do what we say. That's crazy, you guys. That's crazy.
The
Anyway.
first two seasons of Orville were thought-provoking, and the third season was thought-controlling.
Yeah.
Or thought manipulating, or thought policing, whatever you want to call it, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same at all. But Donnie, I hope you get those shows that you want to see again, man. I hope you get these cities. He's not gonna get. He said season 31 of Power Rangers are not gonna get it. Really? Well, that's a shame, dude. But yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that is, honey.
Donnie, I don't. Yeah. Saban. Saban, that's the company that makes a lot of TV. That's the creator of what? Of
Power Rangers.
Power Rangers, yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
So
I will tell you.
Well, I was just gonna say that he actually sold it and bought it back, which is phenomenal. I think Donnie's the expert, but I believe it was sold. Was it sold to Disney for a while, Donnie, or who? And then it came back. No, he owns it again.
Right.
But Donnie's the person to ask on that one.
Yeah.
But,
I don't think Raquel's seen it.
Yeah.
No, and in my defense, just so that you know, I look rather young, and that's my mother's genes. God bless her. Didn't have a wrinkle on her face all the way up until the day she died. But I look young, but you must understand too that I was not at an age where I would watch the Power Rangers. I'm too old. There's a generation just younger than Mark and I. Mark and I are Generation X. Clobby is, I believe, just on the cusp of boomer.
He's a boomer,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I'm a boomer.
And the generation that's slightly younger than Mark and I, they were all watching like He-Man and stuff like that. Well, we were too old
I
to
missed
do
He-Man.
that.
Yeah.
We were babysitting kids who were we were already babysitting kids who were watching that show. So
my kids like the Power Rangers.
My kids love the Power
Yeah.
Rangers. They were of that generation.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? And it's just I want to like these things. I have a couple of friends on X. They're beautiful young women, and they're around Fiona's age, and they all love Sailor Moon. And I think it's just absolutely wonderful when all of these beautiful young women are talking about how much they love Sailor Moon, and I'm looking back on it thinking, well, gosh darn it, I raised my daughter on Sailor Moon. So it's just, it's just unfortunately there's a disconnect for me on Don Power Ranger because it's just too old.
Well, speaking of old, tonight's show is old. Look how long we've been running.
I know, 4
past
hours.
my bedtime now. Yeah.
Past everybody's bedtime. I'm sorry. I didn't mean
got late early.
I'm sorry, number one, but you want to start running? We can start closing up.
Yeah. Let me get this done because it's super important. I'm going back to the lab, folks. Tomorrow is I'm getting my head back into writing the third book.
Yay!
All right.
So I just want to let you all know that I'm back at work. Although it's only been a couple of weeks since I released the first third book story. The first story in the third book. Okay. I want to thank my buddy Lord Thoth. Thank you for everything. I just love you. Thank you, buddy. I want to thank Larry. Larry has not only been by my side as my friend since I started all this publishing, but it was basically his idea. He was a part of a handful of people who said, "Yeah, you got to do this on Patreon." And he's just a beautiful person. He's an old-fashioned Southern gentleman. He's charming. He's brilliant. He's wonderful to be around. And he truly cares about me and cares about all of us. He's just a really great guy. And he's always trying to make Clubby's channel a feature on his social media. So
thank you, man.
Larry, I love you, honey. Thank you
You
for
rock.
everything. And thank you for cheering me up today. I had a tough day, and your comments you're just a really good friend, and I love you. And thank you for backing my work and for reading my stuff and for just being who you are. You're brilliant. I also want to thank Chris Persia. I love you, sweetheart. Thank you for your gorgeous show posters. And like I said, you go on over to your dad, and don't forget to tell him that you love him, and give him a little kiss on his head. And if you pray, would you all do me a favor and say a prayer for Chris Persia's dad? He's getting up there in his years, and he's had some health scares that have sort of frightened Chris, and we shouldn't have to get all the details. It's just enough to know that Chris and his family need your prayers and need your love and support. So if you could do that, that'd be really great, because I think the world of Chris. Everyone here does. So if you pray, go ahead and say prayers. And if you don't, you just want to send some love through the chat or send him a note on social media, that's cool too. But your love works, just so you know that, hey? I want to thank Wagner, and I want to thank Wes Kegel. I also want to thank Fiona, and I want to thank Lisa. These two beautiful women were out there telling everybody to get their bums in the seats this week, and they were doing that for Clobby because they're great friends, and I love those two ladies. I love all of our friends. Thank you so much. I want to thank JT Kirk and Michael Beacom for everything that they have done for me, for the beautiful reviews that they're leaving for me on Amazon. They're having a huge effect. It's making people want to read the stories, and people are liking the stories, and it's a pretty incredible thing to do for a friend. So thank you. And Michael, thank you so much for providing the summary tonight. Thank you for pulling out one of your books and scanning it for us so that we have that for the show. I love you and your beautiful wife. Thanks for that. I want to give a shout out to Enigmatic Drop Bear. He's had a tough year. Well, the last couple of years have been really tough and really scary for the Enigmatic Drop Bear family. And he needs your love and your support and your prayers. And his whole family does. So if you could do that for me, and for Clobby and for Enigmatic Drop Bear and for all of us as friends and as a little Clobberin Times family, that'd be great. And if you could extend that love for Philip Story and his family, that would also be super, super cool. I want to thank everyone who showed up here tonight. Thank you for the beautiful conversations. Each and every one of you are just such amazing people in our lives. We just come here and hang out. And tonight, you know what? We found 4 hours of cool stuff to talk about. So thank you.
Yeah.
Do you like science fiction? I write classic episodic science fiction. I have a book out. It's called Science Fiction Tales, and you can buy it at Barnes & Noble or on Amazon. And I have a second book coming out right now. It's with my editor, and I'm really waiting on him, and I'm super excited to hear what he has to say. But you know what? He is a literary scholar here in Canada. He is a truly brilliant person who I just absolutely adore. And so he's worth the wait, folks. He's worth the wait. He's very busy. He's a very busy teaching schedule at a university here. So he's worth the wait. But as soon as that book is out, as soon as he's done with his edits and our conversation about the book, I promise I will publish it right away. But you can get those stories right now, the rough drafts, on Amazon for 99 cents each. I need to thank my patrons because I'm talking too much. Larry, I love you. Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Penny Lane, Shooter, Wagner, Dave, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric Kane, his trusty dusty dog Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Bear, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, Mark D with a C, Maximum Redstone, JT Cook, Dabman and Dabman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance, Rob Altus, Tyler, Jeff Wyatt, Rod Thunderheart, Mazerus, and of course West Kegel. Without you, I can't get anything done. You are my corporation. You are my publishing powerhouse. I love you all. Thank you so much. I want to thank Mark for his marvelous conversation this evening, for him tempting every nerd and every geek with his marvelous finds and the cool stuff that he does to enable us all. He's one heck of a great guy. And I just want to send my love and my thoughts with his family as they are going through changes as the kids grow up. And I'm glad to hear that the young man who is not feeling well, that he's feeling better. Please make sure that you're following Mark, because Mark is a hell of a great guy. He's a sweetheart of a person. He's also very talented. So get your bums on over there and follow Mark on YouTube. He's a cool cat. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank the man, the gentleman, the finest Southern gentleman who created this marvelous, marvelous virtual comic book shop for us to hang out and shoot the bull. And that is the great Mike Clobby Alonzo. I love you. I'm sending smooches for your whole face. Thank you for having me on tonight. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for all of your marvelous opinions and for never tiring of teaching me about geekdom. You the best, baby. Mwah.
Oh, no, you the best. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
I want to thank, first of all, Sean Cotter for this. Thank you for the super chat, Sean Cotter. I really appreciate you, buddy. He says, RM, before you go, I ordered Science Fiction Tales in hardback the other day.
Oh.
Can't wait to get it. Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
my goodness.
Wow.
Thank you, Sean.
Oh, man, that's something. He deserves a reward for that. Let's see.
Cass, Super Cass.
And now a clip from Raquel's favorite movie.
Inconceivable. 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 Inconceivable.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Well, okay, our second favorite. Yeah.
Klingons do not allow themselves to be probed.
I like you a lot.
I have one question for you, though, number one.
What?
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Guys!
I'm sorry, but he deserved that one. He
Please
deserved
God.
some.
Oh, God, I love
Shooter
it.
is here.
Hey, Shooter! What's up, dude? Shooter Dooter. All right.
Well, I do have one extremely quick thing that's Star Trek related. Don't shoot me. But
Okay.
and Raquel, you want to see this? They did find Jean's model. So Jean's model, and I'm going to scroll down so I don't see that code. But Jean's model was recovered. It's going back to Rod.
Is the neck blue?
It's gonna.
Sorry.
Clobby.
Sorry.
That's it. Your agonizer, please.
So it's going back
I'm
to Rod
sorry.
Roddenberry, and he said he's going to get it restored and hopefully go to a museum somewhere. He's like, it's not gonna just go up on my shelf in the office. But that's
the Akutas, and they went there to identify it. Those are the Akutas.
Yeah.
Go up. Oh yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Akutas.
And Doug Drexler.
Yeah, and Drexler.
I
He
love
has
Doug
way less
Drexler.
hair than he used to have.
You know what I'd say to Akuta these days?
Yeah.
Agonizer, please.
Scrolling down, but they're still experts on Star Trek. But so they're
Rover
going to
him?
get.
Oh,
Yes.
I love his Star Trek content, but unfortunately, it doesn't stick
Yeah,
to
it's
Star Trek
just a-
content.
Yeah.
But anyway,
That's beautiful.
So that's going back, and it was found in a storage unit, I think in New Jersey. I'm not sure where, and it went for sale. We covered this. It was on sale on eBay, and then people realized. They said, "Wait, that looks like the model that was Gene sent to when they were doing the motion picture, sent to Paramount to use as a reference for the ship," and that disappeared.
They never
and
gave
it was
back.
yeah, and they don't know if it was stolen, misplaced, incompetence.
Get outta here.
They still haven't figured out the story, but thank God it was found. And I guess Rod Roddenberry, obviously, I don't think the people asked for anything, but I guess maybe he gave them something nice or did something. Maybe we'll find out later. But
the thing is that doesn't belong to him anymore. That belongs to society now. And
well, he
I
said
agree
that.
with
He
Larry.
said
it's got to go to the Smithsonian.
Well, he said that. He said in his release, he said it's not gonna. He said it doesn't. this isn't just for me to put up on my shelf in my office. He's like, I want to see this go to a museum, or maybe they'll put it, you know, with
Good.
the other Enterprise in the Smithsonian. So he actually already said that. So which is
Good.
very cool. So of course they're going to restore it. So maybe they'll figure out that the neck wasn't blue. No, but this is
Mark,
actually the first.
Mark, go to the agony booth. Go.
Well, Klobby started
Go.
it, but
Take yourself to the agony booth.
but they did figure out, yeah, that this was the first one. And this was used, I guess, in this was used in the cage, I believe, if my recollection is correct, in some of the promo photos. This is the first Enterprise model. Then they built the other one that didn't have the blue neck, you know, the really huge model that's in the Smithsonian.
I'm gonna strangle you.
I said that
can I
didn't
ask a
have the blue
question?
neck. That didn't have the blue neck. I'm agree.
Okay, yeah. So did Jean so see this weird like arm that it's on?
Yep.
Yeah. It's like
That
Flexible
was
arm.
on Jean's desk.
flex
So
arm, yes.
did Jean unscrew it and send it, or like what happened? Because that was
Well-
screwed into his desk.
Well, no, this goes to this wood base, and I imagine you could just the idea behind this is flexible. You could change the angle. That looks like, I'm wondering if that's like, you know, musical instruments. You have the stand to hold your music. And they
Yeah,
have that
yeah. No,
flexible.
I understand that. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that where's Jean's desk?
Oh, I don't know where Jean's desk is, but
Well, we
this-
need to put it back where it belongs, on Jean's desk, because that piece of wood is not the OG. We need to get that
Oh, no,
screwed
this the
back on the
wood.
desk.
No,
That was on his desk, I
That's
think.
it. This is
Oh,
it. Yeah.
I thought it was screwed directly
No,
into the
no.
desk.
It's got a
No,
plaque
no.
on it.
Get
got a
out of here,
plaque,
you
see?
guys. In all those pictures, are you serious?
Yeah, that's it.
There's a
That's how
plaque, so yeah.
That's how they knew that it was his. Yeah, because
Oh, I
the
gotta
plaque
see.
match and the wood base.
Yeah, that's on in those
matched.
pictures.
Okay,
it's-
well,
it's
I
on
didn't
a-
know that. I thought it was screwed directly to his desk.
No.
My entire life, I thought it was screwed to his
No.
desk.
I think it was on that platform, but I don't. I mean, there's
Yes,
a
it
picture.
was. Yeah.
You gotta find that picture. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going
Yeah.
to look now.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was always because you're not gonna, you know, someone made it that way so you could pose it, and they probably had it that way too, so you could pose it for photos, so you could have it, you know,
Yeah,
with
all
different
the
angles.
pictures I've seen have been in black and white, and I always thought that it was screwed directly to his desk, but maybe it was on that.
No, it's not here. See, I'll show.
Pretty sure.
Yeah. So here's
Yeah,
a
you
photo
can see
here.
it.
See the base.
Where?
See how cool that is to have on your.
Oh, that photo's a lot lighter than the one I have.
Yeah,
That one's
Yes.
really light,
definitely
hey?
the base for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's the OG. Okay, good.
Yeah, thank
Where's
God they
his
found it.
desk?
Yeah. That's his
Mhm.
desk. Yeah.
We need to get his
I'm sure.
desk
I
back.
guess Rod. But that'd be so cool if they put that in the Smithsonian with that model on it.
Well, that's what Larry and I were saying.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean, our model guy, is like, he's in physical pain right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Right,
right.
Sean.
That's right. Shooter, that is what it's called. Gooseneck.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gooseneck the great
Yeah.
gooseneck controversy. You're gonna get us in trouble there.
There you go.
Yeah. So, all right.
right.
So I figured I just remember that
Lemon
one. so-
pie.
Hey, lemon pie.
Lemon pie.
We'll just do the shout outs, and we'll get out of here. No shout outs yet because we're running so late, everybody. But
Yeah, we got to get the heck out of Dodge.
yep. So tomorrow on J Man's channel, 7 Eastern, our Fantastic Four review. If you join us for that, and then of course, Nick's show tomorrow at 8:30, and then Saturday Night Star Trek. Everybody join us for that 9 p.m. Central. 4 more episodes, and then Sunday night for the Geekery on Mark's channel.
Thank you.
10
Yeah.
p.m. Eastern, and thank you all mods, and thank you all our good friends. You know, all you out there, Fiona and Jennifer from another planet. I'm only thinking ladies tonight. Everyone, you know, Penny. You know, you guys, you don't mind, do you? I'm just kidding. Thank you all. I'm just kidding. Nah, but I can't. We don't have time to name you all stuff because it's very, very late. And I know you're all probably trying to get out of here too. So, thank you all so much. Really do appreciate it. We'll get everybody shouted out Secretary Day. Have a fantastic weekend. All right. And good night, everybody.
And morning.
Clobber on. Yep.
Groovy.
I just love clobbering time.